Chapter 121 Zhuge Gong's Disappointment. Innate Spiritual Treasure. After making several copies himself, Zhou Yun put the original away. Looking at the 3 copies of the essential techniques of the 3 derivations of mystery in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. Strengthen. A golden light flashed, and Xiaobai's notification voice rang in my ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the triple enhancement and obtaining the Earth-grade mid-rank, Mysterious Dao Evolution chapter. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining the Xian-grade top-quality Chess Calculation Heart Sutra. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 5-fold enhancement and obtaining the Earth-grade top-quality Starry Chessboard record. Zhou Yun opened the Starry Chessboard record. He felt that this thing might be of great use to the Zhuge family, and might be able to get them to hand over more things. Item: Starry Chessboard record. Type: Growth type cultivation technique. First level corresponds to middle grade earth level, second level corresponds to top grade earth level, third level corresponds to low grade heaven level. Grade: Earth level top grade. Effects: Based on the spirit and soul, it transforms all things into a chessboard, deducing the mysteries of all phenomena. First layer: Human plate. The game of chess, anticipating the enemy's moves, predicting good and bad fortune, and tracing the route of the qi. The second level: Territory and town. Establishing a strategic layout, exploring for spiritual treasures, and turning misfortune into good fortune. Third level: Celestial plate. Stargazing, fragment. Disrupts heavenly secrets. Conceal off a certain area to prevent the calculation of heavenly secrets. Requires cultivation of planetary divination techniques to supplement, with the potential to upgrade the technique to mid-grade heavenly level, or even higher. Details: The art of mysticism is a technique for prying into the secrets of heaven. Those who practice it should approach it with reverence, otherwise they will surely suffer a backlash. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Yun's face after reading it. My guess was right. This Starry Chessboard record is an upgraded version of the previous technique. Although it is somewhat incomplete, it is still a very good cultivation technique. I believe I can catch the eye of that old man Zhuge. With a wave of his hand, he sent them all into the exchange tower. It must be said that these cultivators who try to peek into the secrets of heaven always manage to come up with some mystical or superstitious things. At this moment, Zhou Yun stopped his strengthening actions and held a palm-sized, dark black tortoise shell in his hand. It has ancient patterns on it, extending outwards from the middle to both sides, seemingly forming a peculiar array, with an indescribable and inexplicable feel. This tortoise shell is already at the 6th level, it's quite a treasure. Zhou Yun rubbed the patterns on the tortoise shell. When it was turned over, a purplish-black scratch was found underneath, splitting the entire shell in 2. Zhou Yun frowned, sensing the aura of tribulation lightning emanating from the purple mark. Was it cleaved in 2? Zhou Yun muttered to himself as he examined the tortoise shell. No wonder old man Zhuge brought this out to exchange. Clearly, this 6th-tier tortoise shell can no longer be used as a divination tool. As if he had thought of something, Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. This might be a good thing. He stared at the traces of the tribulation lightning for a long time. Strengthen. Zhou Yun waited anxiously for the results. Seeing the golden light that lingered for a long time, Zhou Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is developing as expected. My guess was right. There are remnants of tribulation lightning, so I might actually get a treasure. After a long while, the golden light dissipated, and Xiaobai's excited voice rang in my ears. Master is truly amazing. Congratulations on completing the Tenfold enhancement and obtaining the 8th grade low-level innate spiritual treasure, the Tribulation Thunder Evolution Heavenly Turtle Shell. Looking at the purplish-black tortoise shell before me, with its surface flowing with purplish-gold lightning patterns, it no longer resembled its former self. The patterns on the tortoise shell had long since disappeared, leaving only 9 lightning-like lines. At the center where the lightning patterns converge, a lightning eye resembling the convergence of a thunderstorm is formed. Success. A primordial spiritual treasure. Zhou Yun was lost in thought when he reached out and took it in his hand. It feels smooth to the touch, and its size hasn't changed, but it has become much heavier. I clicked on its details. Item: Heavenly Tribulation Tortoise Shell. Type: Divination. Rank: Innate Spiritual Treasure. Effects: Innate Daoist Charm. Can shield against celestial deductions, prevent the arising of inner demons, and ward off all evil. The lightning protects the master. By deducing heavenly secrets, you will no longer have to worry about being struck by lightning. Thunder pattern heavenly evolution. By utilizing the Tao essence contained within the thunder pattern and a wisp of heavenly Tao fortune, cultivators can be assisted in deducing the secrets of heaven. Cost transfer. When engaging in divination or using forbidden deduction, the backlash can be transferred to the tortoise shell. Details. Innate spiritual treasures cannot be crafted by human hands. They are formed naturally by heaven and earth and possess an innate energy. It's something that couldn't be made by human hands, yet I've obtained it nonetheless, haven't I? After reading the introduction, Zhou Yun had a clearer understanding of his enhancement abilities. Even innate spiritual treasures can be enhanced. Looking at the innate spiritual treasure in his hand, he knew that such a precious item should naturally be put up for auction. But before that, why don't we throw it into the exchange tower first, to open old man Zhuge's eyes and let him know that there are real treasures in the exchange tower? A sly glint flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes, making the other party envious. As if thinking of something happy, he casually tossed it in. He. On the other side, Zhuge Gong finally finished exchanging Pengyun points and walked towards the exchange tower. Without stopping on the lower floors, we went straight to the 6th floor. As expected, I was blocked at the door. His brows furrowed deeply. They won't let us into the 6th floor? What's going on? He had paid a little attention when he passed by below. Each level corresponds to a different cultivation realm for the cultivator. Currently, only the 5th floor is open, so what effect can the items used by those nascent soul cultivators have on him? He regarded the Pengyun merchant ship as the hope for the rise of the Zhuge family. In his mind, only treasures of at least the 7th rank or higher could change the current situation of the Zhuge family to some extent. Perhaps his expectations for Pengyun merchant ship were too high. That's true. Usually, Pengyun merchant ship would auction off the good stuff. So why would it leave it in this exchange tower for people to exchange at will? Disappointed, Zhuge Gong turned and walked down. At this moment, several cultivators who were strolling around on the 5th floor suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Look, why are there 2 orbs of light that are different colors here? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Within a green orb of light, 2 orbs of light, one blue and one purple, appeared, emitting dazzling light and attracting considerable attention. It's hard not to notice them. The crowd walked over curiously, but Zhuge Gong glanced at him with a puzzled look and did not go over. At this point, he had no time to join in the fun. This voyage on the Pengyun merchant ship was utterly disappointing for him. The Zhuge family expended so much effort, even sacrificing 1,000 years of their own lifespan, just to obtain that mysterious Pengyun Token. As a result, the Pengyun Token can no longer provide any help to the Zhuge family. Then all their hard work during this period was for nothing, wasn't it? Just as he turned to leave, a cry of surprise came from behind. My God, this is a primordial spiritual treasure. Chapter 122 The Shocked Old Man Zhuge. The cultivator's exclamation made Zhuge Gong abruptly stop in his tracks. His face was full of shock as he quickly walked towards the area where the other cultivators were gathered. This other one is a top-grade Earth-level cultivation technique. How did these 2 items end up here? I don't understand. Logically, it should be placed on a higher floor. It must have been a mistake to put it in the wrong place. But it certainly broadened our horizons. Everyone examined the item information and was amazed. Zhuge Gong, who was squeezed among the crowd, naturally saw it as well. The Earth-grade top-level cultivation technique story chessboard, and the 8th rank low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tribulation Thunder Evolution Heavenly Turtle Shell. After reading the descriptions of the two items, Zhuge Gong was filled with surprise. He discovered that both items were related to the mystic arts. Moreover, they are a perfect match for the Zhuge family. At this moment, he no longer thought about why these two items had ended up here. I just want to get my hands on them. Before he could even check the required Pengyun points, the cultivator next to him had already told him. This price is so high, it actually requires 1.5 trillion Pengyun points. Where is it too high? This is a primordial spiritual treasure. Do you know what a primordial spiritual treasure is? It is something that is nurtured and created by the heavens and earth. This earth-level cultivation technique is much cheaper, only 100 billion Pengyun points. You can buy it. Can I afford it? At this moment, someone nearby raised a question. I'm not familiar with innate spiritual treasures, but don't you guys think this earth-grade cultivation technique is a bit too expensive? The crowd fell silent, unsure of exactly how many spirit stones this cultivation technique was worth. At this moment, Zhuge Gong, who had been silent all along, spoke up to explain. You're not mistaken. If they were just ordinary cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures, they would indeed be priced much higher than the market price. But haven't you noticed that they're rather special? Upon hearing Zhuge Xiu's words, everyone realized that neither of these two methods was suitable for ordinary cultivators. It is a treasure for peeping into the secrets of heaven. However, they still didn't understand why this was so special, and therefore the price was so much higher. The secrets of heaven are unpredictable, and items that can be used to calculate them are naturally extremely rare and precious. They are generally 3 times more expensive than treasures of the same level. After Zhuge Gong finished speaking, he squeezed forward. After the conversation, everyone roughly guessed that this person must be a big shot, and they all stepped aside to make way. Everyone was hoping that this big shot would exchange the items and shock them. However, Zhuge Gong simply lingered in front of the items for a long time without making any further moves. The crowd, losing patience, gradually dispersed. I thought he was a big shot, but it turns out he's just a poor guy like us. They're gone, they're gone. Let's go explore other places. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Zhuge Gong's old face turned bright red. He didn't have the ability to refute it. He really couldn't afford to exchange it. He wanted both cultivation techniques and innate spiritual treasures. It's too difficult. Zhuge Gong looked at the required Pengyun points and shook his head with a troubled expression. If he had to choose between the two, he would prefer the innate spiritual treasure. Although this technique has the potential to grow into a heaven-level technique, the Zhuge family does not lack heaven-level techniques. Today, their core inherited cultivation technique is a top-grade heaven-level technique left behind by their ancestor. He wanted this manual because he felt it comprehensively covered the mystical arts and would give the disciples of his family more options. However, a low-grade 8th order innate spiritual treasure can truly protect the safety of the family. This is a treasure comparable to that of a Mahayana cultivator. Although this innate spiritual treasure has no offensive power, it allows the Zhuge family to evade the heavenly secrets deductions of other cultivators. Their Zhuge family is located in the central region, but they still have enemies. I have lived a very careful and cautious life all these years. If only the Zhuge family's mysterious 4 symbols compass were still around. His gaze lingered on the innate spiritual treasure, the Tribulation Thunder Evolution Heavenly Tortoise Shell, for a moment before he turned and walked outside. Arriving at the exchange point again, Zhuge Gong glanced at the Pengyun points displayed on his Pengyun Token. Only 5 billion Pengyun points, that's far from enough. Zhuge Gong was quite surprised to have so many Pengyun points. The items he took out earlier were all fairly ordinary. Moreover, that already ruined 6th grade mid-level star pattern Xian turtle shell was actually worth 40 billion Pengyun points. When Zhuge Gong saw the price, he thought Pengyun merchant ship had made a mistake. When intact, the star pattern tortoise shell was indeed a good tool for assisting in deduction. However, he suffered a backlash when he used the star pattern Xian turtle shell to deduce the Pengyun token last time. Not only did he lose 1,000 years of his lifespan, but even the star-patterned tortoise shell he used for divination was struck by tribulation lightning. He wasn't the only one with this idea. When Zhou Yun first noticed it, they all thought the system had made a mistake. In the end, Xiaobai explained to him that the price was mainly for that wisp of residual tribulation lightning aura. Otherwise, how could a discarded tortoise shell be worth 4 billion Pengyun points? You wish. Unable to understand, Zhuge Gong shook his head, thinking that he was at a disadvantage no matter how he looked at it. Returning to the place where Pengyun points were exchanged, Zhuge Gong hesitated. 1 trillion Pengyun points is beyond the Zhuge family's current means. Is the only option? Finally, gritting his teeth, he took out a palm-sized piece of dark purple jade, inside which tiny characters were slowly flowing. Ancestor, what I did today was entirely to secure a chance for the Zhuge family to survive. Zhuge Gong gripped the purple jade tightly in his hand, his face flushed red, his heart filled with turmoil. As he threw the jade into the exchange counter, he collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. The dark purple jade he just put into the exchange station contained the core inherited cultivation technique of their Zhuge family. Although it is not the original version, it is still a version recognized by the laws of heaven. This is something extremely valuable to the Zhuge family today. Moreover, the secret techniques passed down by a faction are not easily passed on. Those are all the fruits and achievements of our ancestors. The descendants are unfilial, incompetent, ashamed of their ancestors. Zhuge Gong muttered these words with a pale face, then staggered to his feet. In fact, the moment he saw the starry chessboard record inside the exchange tower, he made up his mind. The cultivation technique is not passed down within a single family. As long as the Zhuge family still exists, that is true inheritance. Although the starry chessboard record in the exchange tower is much inferior to the mysterious origin scripture of their Zhuge family, it can still serve as a substitute. Moreover, who knows if there isn't a better core cultivation technique than the Zhuge families on the upper floors of the exchange tower. So let it spread. What pained him most was feeling ashamed of his ancestors. His ancestor founded the Xuanji lineage, but his descendants have passed on his achievements, which is what he finds hard to accept. He propped himself up and saw the Pengyun points displayed on the jade disc. Instantly, the guilt in my heart vanished. He exclaimed in surprise. 10 trillion. Chapter 123 The Zhuge Family's Harvest. All the guilt in my heart vanished before the 10 trillion Pengyun points. He. Zhuge Gong burst into laughter. Now he could not only exchange for the innate spiritual treasure, the Tribulation Thunder Evolution Heavenly Turtle Shell, but he could even exchange for that cultivation technique that could be improved. On the other side, Zhou Yun was leisurely drinking tea. In his opinion, those two items were just for Zhuge Gong to see. He didn't think the old man could produce any treasures to exchange for so many Pengyun points. However, Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Master, we're in debt. What? Zhou Yun suddenly sat up. The front panel automatically appeared, clearly displaying the debt at the bottom. It wasn't until after learning more about it that Zhou Yun discovered that the old man from Zhuge Palace had actually exchanged away 10 trillion Pengyun points in one go. It really emptied out all the auction points he had accumulated during this period in one fell swoop. What exactly did this old guy take out? Zhou Yun muttered. He didn't care about being in debt. It's all just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other. It's just that Pengyun points are temporarily stored with the other party instead of him. The only restriction he had on himself was that he could not use the other party's Pengyun points. On the contrary, the fact that they were able to exchange their 10 trillion Pengyun points shows that the other party really brought out a treasure. I couldn't help but rub my hands together, starting to look forward to it. A dark purple jade appeared in Zhou Yun's hand. It felt slightly cool to the touch, indicating that this jade was extraordinary. He initially thought the jade was a treasure, but upon closer inspection, he discovered tiny golden characters flowing inside. After reviewing the information, Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh. They're really generous, actually exchanging a top-grade heaven-level cultivation technique for it. Zhou Yun couldn't help but admire the old man Zhuge's determination. It seems that the innate spiritual treasure is very important to him. Although he didn't know much about the Zhuge family, he figured this technique must be their family's core inherited technique. How many heaven-level cultivation techniques are there in the entire cultivation world? Fortunately, I made a lot of money from the last auction, so I don't owe much money right now. I'll be back once the other party exchanges the innate spiritual treasure. He has something important to do now. The first immortal level cultivation technique of Pengyun merchantship may be about to be created. Zhou Yun held the purple jade stone, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. It's just 10 trillion Pengyun points. Once he strengthens his immortal level cultivation technique, its value will be far more than just 10,000 Pengyun points. Strengthen. At this moment, Zhou Yun held his breath, his eyes fixed on the purple jade stone enveloped in golden light. A moment later, Xiaobai's voice rang in my ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the quadruple enhancement and obtaining the immortal grade low-rank cultivation technique, the mysterious return to the source record. He. Zhou Yun jumped up with joy. This is the first immortal level cultivation technique of Pengyun merchantship. After the initial excitement, Zhou Yun couldn't help but sigh. If only it were 10 times stronger. Looking at the grey stone slab about half a meter in front of him, which was covered with a layer of grey mist, it was difficult to see the mystery within. When Zhou Yun reached out and touched it, the grey mist on its surface gradually dissipated. There were no written records on it, only irregular lines that occasionally flashed by. I clicked on the details and started looking at it. Item: mysterious return to the source record. Type: cultivation technique. Rank: low-grade immortal. Effects: 1. To gain insight into the origin and see the true face of heaven and earth. One can see through the trajectory of all things in the world and is not trapped by illusions. 2. Holding the secrets of heaven, predicting the changes in the world. One can glimpse the future and alter cause and effect. 3. Mysterious creation. One can use one's good fortune at a certain time to temporarily help oneself. One can also transfer unavoidable disasters to others or other things. 4. Resonance with the heavenly Tao. One can glimpse the fundamental Tao, and the path to immortality will be smooth and unobstructed. Details: the secrets of heaven are unpredictable. Practicing this technique easily invites divine retribution and karmic entanglement. When you attempt to unravel these secrets, remember that challenging the heavens is like a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree. You will inevitably suffer a backlash. After reading the introduction, Zhou Yun shook his head. The technique is good, but few of those who peek into the secrets of heaven will have a good ending. Zhou Yun carefully put it away. This thing is currently of no use to him. Perhaps only in places like the central region can you get a good price at an auction. Like the previous 8th grade mid-level burning heart wutong fruit, which was taken away by Chihuang Mountain for 20 billion high-grade spirit stones. If it were in the central region, it would be at least several times more expensive. However, since Zhou Yun had put it up for auction in the southern region, he hadn't expected it to fetch a high price. As mentioned before, this is just a gift for those destined to receive it before leaving the southern region. I never expected that the Zhuge family would bring me such a pleasant surprise. Even if this immortal level cultivation technique cannot bring development to Pengyun merchantship for the time being, it is still the foundation of Pengyun merchantship. There are immortal level cultivation techniques, and there are no immortal level cultivation techniques. The gap between them is still quite large. With everything done, Zhou Yun could finally enjoy some leisure time. At this moment, Xiaobai also gave a prompt message. There are currently no outstanding debts. A smile crept onto Zhou Yun's lips. All of this was exactly what he had expected. It seems that old man Zhuge has finished exchanging his items. No matter how many Pengyun points others exchange, they are only temporarily stored with them. As long as they continue to spend money on the Pengyun merchant ship, these Pengyun points will eventually return to his hands. On the other side, Zhuge Gong returned to his clan's territory with the exchanged items. completely satisfied. Two middle-aged men were already waiting in the room. These two individuals are Zhuge Xiuming and Zhuge Zongyun, the patriarch of the Zhuge family. Upon seeing the elder appear, the two hurried forward, chattering away with questions. Zhuge Gong raised his hand to interrupt the two of them. It was just too noisy. He sat down in the chair in front and couldn't help but glare at the two of them. He said in a soft voice, "Hurry up and pour me some tea. I just got back and you won't even let an old man like me rest for a bit." Zhuge Xiuming quickly served tea and said with a smile, "Elder, please have some tea. Let me massage your shoulders, Elder. You've worked hard." After resting for a while, Zhuge Gong didn't say anything unnecessary. He placed the two exchanged items directly in front of the two people, a smug look flashing across his face. The two looked at the items in front of them, and each picked up an item to examine it. After exchanging items, both fell silent, neither uttering a sound. Although they couldn't discern the specific effects of the tortoise shell, the innate Taoist aura it emitted was undeniable. It was an innate spiritual treasure. The other cultivation technique was also quite complex, with very detailed information, which both of them understood. This is actually a cultivation technique that can be upgraded to the heavenly level. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a hint of worry. How did our ancestor obtain such a treasure? Did they rob the Pengyun merchant ship? Both of them were startled by their own thoughts. Chapter 124: The Rebirth of the Southern Region. Zhuge Xiuming winked at his clan leader from the side. Zhuge Zongyun had no choice but to step forward and asked hesitantly, "Elder, were these two items obtained from the Pengyun merchant ship?" Upon hearing Zhuge Zongyun's words, Zhuge Gong took a sip of tea and looked at the other person with an expression as if he were an idiot. "Well," Zhuge Zongyun sighed softly and asked directly, "Elder, with the wealth of our Zhuge family, we probably can't exchange these two items for them, can we?" Zhuge Gong paused, holding his teacup, knowing that some things couldn't be hidden from these two little ones. "I have exchanged the family's inherited cultivation technique," Zhuge Gong said in a low voice. He didn't think he had done anything wrong, but it was indeed a bit inappropriate to make a decision on his own without consulting his clansmen. The Zhuge family's inherited martial arts techniques belong to the entire family, not to him personally. Zhuge Zongyun and the other man stood frozen in place upon hearing the elder's words. They looked at each other, trying to make sure they hadn't misheard. The clan elder actually took out the inherited cultivation technique. However, their gazes soon fell on the two items in front of them, and a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. Zhuge Xiuming said impatiently, "Elder, besides the original, there are two other inherited cultivation techniques in the family. Please exchange them for them." "Yes." Zhuge Zongyun nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhuge Gong's face twitched slightly. "I originally thought that my actions would be misunderstood by the younger generation, or even lead them to question me. But what's the situation now? I can hardly keep up with their ideas anymore. Don't young people these days cherish the legacy of our ancestors?" However, Zhuge Gong didn't think much of it. He shook his head regretfully. "Stop your little schemes. How could Pengyun merchant ship leave such a loophole? The same cultivation technique won't be worth anything when you exchange it again." Upon hearing the elder's words, the two looked somewhat disappointed. However, upon closer reflection, this is actually the normal thing. Seeing their expressions, Zhuge Gong smiled and comforted them. "Don't worry about it. Our inherited cultivation techniques are very valuable. The remaining Pengyun points can at least be exchanged for several innate spiritual treasures." He he he. The room was immediately filled with the cheerful laughter of the three of them. They all knew that, thanks to Pengyun merchant ship, the Zhuge family was gradually improving. Instead of being able to watch helplessly as their family slowly declined, as they had done in the past. 6 months later, Zhou Yun, who was cultivating, was woken up by his uncle. "Oh, have we arrived at the mysterious netherworld whale abyss? It'll be ready soon, young master. Let's go out and have a look together." The two walked outside together. At this moment, Uncle Zhou took out 2 newspapers from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Yun. Young master, these are the latest 2 issues of the Astrological Mysteries Report, Southern Region newspaper. Zhou Yun took it and looked at it as he walked. Once on the deck, Uncle Zhou had already prepared tables, chairs, and tea. Zhou Yun lay back in the chair, flipping through the pages of recent events in the southern region. TSK. This southern region is really in chaos. Zhou Yun sighed and reached out to take the tea that Uncle Zhou handed him. Yes, everything happened too fast. The emperors of the Zhou Yun dynasty and the Longyue dynasty have passed away one after another, and now the refinement void ancestor is in charge of both. Uncle Zhou had obviously read the newspaper beforehand, and he chimed in from the side. However, these management methods are a bit too bloody, Zhou Yun said, looking at the news in the newspaper. There's no way around it. The Pengyun Token of our Pengyun merchant ship is just too tempting. That Buddhist cultivator has said that he will kill 1 person every month until he finds the Pengyun Token, Uncle Zhou explained. Zhou Yun nodded, seemingly still somewhat wary of the so-called Shen Tian covenant. Although Zhou Yun considered it useless, some cultivators would still hesitate because of it and dare not commit acts of massacring cities and destroying countries. Oh, the Heavenly Dynasty wasn't divided up by other forces? When Zhou Yun saw that the Tianke dynasty was still around, he was momentarily surprised. However, she soon realized what was going on. The southern region is now in complete chaos, and even the imperial dynasty faces the imminent threat of annihilation. Other forces dared not step forward at this time and were all trying to find ways to escape this calamity. But how could this calamity, which affected the entire southern region, be so easily avoided? Later records say that even the 12 dynasties have been brought under control one after another, and before the Pengyun Token is found, the entire southern region's small kingdoms may be affected. Young master, are you worried about the safety of the southern region? Uncle Zhou looked at Zhou Yun's somber face and asked. His face showed suspicion. In his memory, the young master would never think about these kinds of questions. Zhou Yun smiled as he saw the tea that Uncle Zhou handed him. He said softly, "How could that be? I think this is a good thing for the southern region." These words shocked Uncle Zhou, who was standing nearby. The young master was being far too ruthless. However, the thought had just popped into my head. He quickly banished the thought from his mind, thinking to himself, "Young master has his own ideas, I just don't understand them. What young master says must be right." Uncle Zhou kept repeating these words to himself, trying to hypnotize himself. Ignoring Uncle Zhou's unusual behavior, Zhou Yun slowly spoke. Destruction is not the end of everything. This land in the southern region will surely be revitalized. Zhou Yun took a sip of tea, looked at Uncle Zhou's face, and continued. As for what fruit it will ultimately bear, that depends on the thoughts of the cultivators in the southern region. After this, a new imperial power may rise above the southern region, or it could be a powerful clan, or a sect. But at least the sky has changed. The sky, thoroughly cleansed, must be even more expansive and magnificent. Uncle Zhou nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed intently on his young master. Young master is indeed clever, able to think so far ahead. After listening to Zhou Yun's words, Uncle Zhou was also envisioning the appearance of the rebuilt southern region. Blue skies, a warm sun, a wonderful life. However, Zhou Yun poured cold water on his plans at this moment, extinguishing Uncle Zhou's wonderful idea. Don't get your hopes up too high. Re-establishing order will take a long period of chaos. Only those who survive to the end are the true victors. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that the southern region was about to enter a period of darkness. Only when a new order emerges can we usher in a brighter future. In this war, how many forces will perish, and how many cultivators will lose their path to immortality? However, this is also one of the few opportunities for cultivators to break free from their own constraints. The breaking of the sky in the southern region signifies the loss of constraints and the opportunity to break free from the cage. Chapter 125 Chief of the Shenming Illusion Whale Clan. Suddenly, Uncle Zhou's voice pulled him back to reality. Young master, the mysterious whale abyss is just ahead. Zhou Yun looked up and saw the familiar light blue mist in his eyes. It was vast and ethereal, like a dream. Seeing it again still made him feel shocked. The Shenming Illusion Whale Clan has completely transformed this vast sea area into a secret cultivation realm. As the Pengyun merchant ship entered the mist, the ethereal and distant sound of whales echoed in the air. Wara! Zhou Yun and Uncle Zhou stood at the bow of the boat, gazing ahead. As the Pengyun merchant ship ventured deeper into the area, the surrounding fog gradually became more profound and thicker. Suddenly, Zhou Yun waved his hand and stopped the Pengyun merchant ship. The blue mist parted ahead, and two figures appeared in front of the Pengyun merchant ship. One of the familiar women was Shen Shuang, whom Zhou Yun had met before. However, it was clear that the one in charge this time was not the other party, but another old man with the cultivation level of void refinement. Before Zhou Yun could speak, the old man stepped forward first. He bowed to Zhou Yun and said, "Honored guest, you have come from afar. My Shenming Illusion Whale Clan has failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us. The clan leader is already waiting ahead and specially ordered me to come and lead the way. Please follow us." Upon seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. Interesting. Zhou Yun thought to himself. The Shenming Illusion Whale Clan's attitude towards me is far too polite. Something is definitely amiss. He glanced in the direction of his acquaintance, Shen Shuang. Shen Shuang simply smiled at him and didn't say anything. "Sigh, we can't count on this security captain. He seems to have no real power." Zhou Yun wasn't afraid that the other party had a conspiracy, but rather wanted to see if he could get some information in advance. "Please come aboard so we can talk. Let's go together." Zhou Yun politely invited the two of them onto the boat. The main reason was that Zhou Yun wasn't in a hurry, so he might as well take his time to appreciate the vast Shenming illusionary whale abyss. Last time he came in a rush, he didn't get to go deep inside. Zhou Yun was quite interested in the various spiritual creatures that grew within the mist. The old man Xuanjia glanced at Xuanshuang, and the two immediately landed on the boat. "Then we'll take the liberty of disturbing you." After everyone sat down, the Pengyun merchant ship continued its journey forward under the guidance of Xuanjia. After accepting the tea from Uncle Zhou and expressing his gratitude, Xuanjia looked around the Pengyun merchant ship. With a smile on his face, he slowly said, "Recently, news about your Pengyun merchant ship has been spreading like wildfire. If other cultivators knew that the Pengyun merchant ship had actually come to visit our Shenming Illusion Whale Clan, I wonder how many others would be envious." Oh. Zhou Yun was somewhat surprised by this. How could the Shenming Illusion Whale Clan, which was isolated from the world, be so well informed? He had clearly sensed before that the Phantom Whale Clan treated him with much more respect this time compared to the last time, and even adopted a very humble attitude. However, it wouldn't be this serious if it were just because of external news. There must be factors that I am unaware of. Seeing Zhou Yun's confusion, Xuanjia said, "Wanbage sends out a recent report on some major powers every issue, which is more detailed than the newspapers." "Wanbage really knows how to do business," Zhou Yun remarked. To be able to develop the influence of a chamber of commerce into the entire Shen Tian cultivation world, it must be admitted that Wanbage has done a very good job in some aspects. These are just some insignificant pieces of information, but their value far exceeds their ability to maintain connections between major powers. However, after learning about these hidden relationships, Zhou Yun couldn't help but complain. "My Pengyun merchant ship is quite famous in the southern region now, and Wanbage hasn't sent me any messages. Do they look down on me?" Even if it's just complaining, with UK delivering the newspaper on time, he can still keep up with the news from the southern region. Yes, Wanbage does indeed have unique strengths in business. However, Xuanjia looked at Zhou Yun and praised, compared to Pengyun merchant ship, it is more mysterious and more powerful. It can even auction off 8th grade natural treasures at will. In this respect, One beige is far inferior. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun smiled modestly and said, "Not at all, not at all. My Pengyun merchant ship just likes to do some small business around." Hee hee. Xuanjia laughed loudly. What a small business. If auctioning 8th grade natural treasures can be called a small business, then who in the cultivation world can compare? This period of time was spent in a rather harmonious atmosphere. The Pengyun merchant ship finally arrived at the depths of the Xianming illusionary whale abyss. After passing through a layer of almost solidified dark blue mist, the scene before them suddenly opened up. This place is not a dark abyss, but rather incredibly bright. The surrounding area is filled with a huge, neatly arranged crystal forest, predominantly blue, all radiating light and setting a blue theme for the space. In addition, Zhou Yun also saw more than 10 baby phantom whales, which were probably not yet grown up and not allowed to go out. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Pengyun merchant ship, they all gathered around, occasionally spraying water at it. Xuanjia, standing nearby, gave an awkward laugh. The little ones are still very young and quite mischievous. After saying that, he waved to the little phantom whale below. "Go away, go play somewhere else." "It's all right." Zhou Yun actually found it quite amusing. Everyone wants to bring one into their space and raise it, but of course, it's just a thought. Seeing the clan leader is the priority. How can we let these little fellows delay our important business? After passing through a dazzling river basin, resembling the Aurora Borealis, the Pengyun merchant ship finally arrived at the core area. On a throne made of coral and animal bones sat a refined young man with blue hair. That must be the patriarch of the Xianming illusion whale clan. However, the other party's appearance was far beyond Zhou Yun's expectations. He thought that with the Xianming illusion whale's huge size, the clan leader must be a rugged, burly man. It turned out to be a handsome man who was slightly less attractive than him. "That is our clan leader, Xian Hong." After Xuanjia finished his introduction, he and Xuanshuang flew to the area below the throne. He bowed and said, "Greetings, chieftain." "Chief, we have invited our distinguished guests." On the other side, when Zhou Yun saw Xian Hong, his attention was immediately drawn to the phantom behind it. That must be the appearance of the other party's true form, like an endless green mountain range. It only appeared occasionally, but Zhou Yun could feel an ancient aura about it. Its overlapping scales formed profound Tao patterns, extending into the unknown void as its massive body moved. With each breath, it absorbed vast amounts of energy from the void. Seemingly sensing Zhou Yun's gaze, a pair of enormous eyes, like two bright moons, turned slightly towards him. He winked at Zhou Yun. The phantom then vanished. Chapter 126: The Journey of the Mystic Whale. The two looked at each other, nodded and smiled. Xian Hong, patriarch of the Xianming illusion whale clan. "Welcome, distinguished guest. I have prepared a banquet. Please do me the honor of joining us for a meal and a chat." Zhou Yun felt it was rather troublesome, and for certain reasons, after discussion, they finally decided to meet on the Pengyun merchant ship. Xian Hong didn't pay any attention and ordered his clansmen to move the banquet over. On the deck, Zhou Yun raised a blue crystal glass, the deep blue liquid inside reflecting his face. Wisps of blue shimmering mist rose from the rim of the wine glass, indistinguishable from the ethereal fog outside. He was somewhat interested in what made the wine of the Xianming illusion whale clan different. He took a small sip, and before he could even react, a myriad of flavors exploded in his mouth, making Zhou Yun's eyes light up. He took another sip, and this time the experience was different. Xian Hong, standing beside him, had a look of surprise in his eyes. He then sensed the mysterious force in the surrounding space restricting him and nodded thoughtfully. "It's not that there's something wrong with our own wine, but rather that there's something strange about this space." He was well aware of the effects of his own wine. Drinkers would fall into an illusion, during which it could help cultivators break through bottlenecks, enhance their spiritual sense, and even lead to a great dream, allowing them to directly comprehend the Tao in their dreams. However, judging from Zhou Yun's appearance, He was simply enjoying the taste of the wine and was not affected in the slightest. After a long while, Zhou Yun opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is truly fine wine." After several attempts, Zhou Yun also discovered the mystery behind it. The Shenming illusion whale wine itself has no taste. Rather, it produces unexpected effects based on the drinker's own imagination. That's quite amazing. If young Master Zhou likes them, you can take some with you later. No need. He's here to do business, not to freeload. The two drank wine and ate the unique delicacies of the mysterious whale abyss. Most of these things have strong hallucinogenic effects, but fortunately, Zhou Yun was not affected by them because he was on the Pengyun merchant ship. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Hong finally revealed the purpose of inviting Zhou Yun. "Young Master Zhou, do you know if the Pengyun merchant ship has any 9th grade or immortal grade rare and precious materials? Preferably those that can heal soul injuries." Immortal level. A look of surprise flashed across Zhou Yun's face. His gaze swept over Shen Hong. This clan leader was in good health, with vigorous blood and abundant spiritual energy. "It wasn't me, it was our clan's ancestor." Noticing Zhou Yun's gaze, Shen Hong quickly explained. Zhou Yun nodded but did not reply immediately. And he finally understood. No wonder that a powerful ancient race like the Shenming illusion whale, a top-tier cultivator in the Shen Tian world, treated the Pengyun merchant ship with such respect and even adopted a very humble attitude. All our respect stems from our strong expectations for Pengyun merchant ship. In their eyes, the entire Shen Tian cultivation world is capable of helping them and may be able to provide 9th grade or immortal level rare and precious materials. That leaves only the Pengyun merchant ship, which is currently enjoying great popularity in the southern region, and can freely auction off 8th-tier natural treasures. Seeing that Zhou Yun remained silent, Shen Ming revealed the truth. In the eyes of some powerful forces, this information was not exactly a secret. Shen Hong gave a helpless, bitter smile and said in a low voice, "Young Master Zhou may not know that this seemingly mysterious and dreamlike Shenming illusionary whale abyss may collapse in tens of thousands of years. There's a story behind it?" Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, waiting for the other person to continue. "Everything the Shenming illusion whale clan has now is built upon the foundation of our ancestor. However, the ancestor was severely injured in the Great War a million years ago and has been in an endless slumber ever since. It is said that immortals possess endless lifespans, but the ancestor's true spirit has been worn down by Tao injuries for a million years, and is now on the verge of disappearing. If there is no way to reverse it, in the end only an immortal shell will remain, and its intelligence will return to nothingness. And the mysterious netherworld whale abyss that has been running on the power of the ancestor's true spirit will eventually collapse." At this point, Shen Hong looked up at Zhou Yun. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, he said excitedly, "We had already planned to give up, but your Pengyun merchant ship has appeared. Looking throughout the cultivation world, if there is any hope of finding a place to treat immortal-level injuries, it is probably only your Pengyun merchant ship. Due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao's origin, the Shen Tian cultivation world cannot nurture immortal-level spiritual beings. In the past, most of the rare celestial-level items that appeared by chance were obtained by powerful beings while wandering in the void. These celestial-level spiritual objects, it is unknown from which celestial realm they drifted here. However, it is obviously impossible for the Shenming illusion whale clan to rely on such a method. Not only is the probability too small, but the dangers in the void are also everywhere." After listening, Zhou Yun fell silent. Saving a celestial ancestor whose true spirit is about to perish is beyond the capabilities of the Pengyun merchant ship in its current state. However, judging from the meaning behind the other party's words, isn't this ancestor Shenming illusion whale still able to hold on for tens of thousands of years? Heh. Zhou Yun chuckled inwardly, thinking about something that would happen tens of thousands of years later. At that time, a mere immortal-level item was nothing more than a weed to Pengyun merchant ship. Moreover, his visit to the Shenming illusion whale clan was purposeful, which was beneficial to both sides. After a moment of contemplation, A flash of inspiration appeared at Zhou Yun's fingertips. An ancient-looking token quietly appeared, bearing the image of the Pengyun merchant ship. He pushed it in front of Xian Hong. Xian Hong's gaze sharpened as he took it in his hand, asking with some uncertainty, "Could this be the legendary Pengyun Token?" "Exactly." Zhou Yun nodded, his tone firm. "With it, I believe you can find what you want." Xian Hong looked puzzled upon hearing Zhou Yun's words. Although the Pengyun Token is rumored to be very magical, can it really help him find a way to cure the old clan? That requires a celestial-grade spiritual item. However, he has no other choice but to trust Pengyun merchant ship. Xian Hong carefully put away the Pengyun Token. The atmosphere on the deck immediately eased, and the two raised their glasses to drink together, and then chatted about some interesting things in the cultivation world. Of course, it was mostly Xian Hong talking and Zhou Yun listening. After a long while, the banquet gradually came to an end. Zhou Yun did not stay long, and after bidding farewell to Xian Hong, he left the mysterious whale abyss. Standing on the deck, gazing at the gradually shrinking dark blue mist, my expression was complex. The sea breeze rustled through his robes. This was the first power he had ever encountered with a celestial-level leader, but it was probably also the last time he would set foot in this place. After all, the journey must continue. The Pengyun merchant ship gradually increased its speed, tearing through the clouds and disappearing into the azure sky above the sea. Next, Wanghai City. Chapter 127: The Royal Family Crisis. The Pengyun merchant ship slowly sailed towards the last stop of its journey to the southern region, Wanghai City. Along the way, Zhou Yun did not return to the Pengyun merchant ship, but instead witnessed firsthand the devastation that now plagued the southern region. The southern region, which was once ruled by 3 great dynasties and was relatively peaceful, is now engulfed in war. The flames of war are spreading like a plague, and in some places where the killings have been so excessive, even the air is tainted with the smell of blood. "Is this the place?" Zhou Yun asked. "Yes." Looking at the quiet valley ahead, Uncle Zhou's face was tinged with sadness. This remote valley is about 10 miles away from Wanghai City. Beside the mountainside, there was a simple mound of earth, overgrown with weeds. Next to the mound stood a rough stone with his father's name engraved on it. Looking at Uncle Zhou's somewhat hunched back, Zhou Yun's gaze held a complex expression. Given the haste of those days, it must have been quite a challenge for Uncle Zhou to sit down in such a state. Uncle Zhou walked shakily to the stone, slumped to the ground, took out a bottle of wine from his pocket, and poured it down beside him. "Master, I've come to see you." His voice trembled slightly as he stretched out his wrinkled hand and rubbed the characters on the stone again and again, as if trying to wipe away all the dust. With tears welling in her eyes, she recounted in a low voice what had happened over the years. "Master, don't worry, the young master has grown up and is quite capable now. This old servant has seen quite a few important figures. Even Mahayana cultivators treated me very politely. Master, you haven't seen a Mahayana cultivator before." "Master, please rest assured. This old servant will take good care of the young master." Zhou Yun did not disturb Uncle Zhou's time alone with his father. He went to a slightly farther place, his gaze passing over the valley and looking towards the direction of Wanghai City. It doesn't seem peaceful there either. Strong fluctuations of spiritual energy can be heard from time to time, indicating that cultivators are engaged in a battle. If you look closely, you can also see black smoke rising into the sky in the distance. Zhou Yun had long since become accustomed to such scenes along the way. Just then, 2 groups of people ran past in the distant woods, their loud roar echoing through the forest. There were about 7 or 8 pursuers, all dressed in uniform blue robes, clearly from the same faction. They were all powerful, the weakest of whom possessed foundation establishment cultivation, while the leader was at the late golden core stage. This group of people were ruthless and vicious in their attacks. The number of people they were chasing was over 100, varying in age and strength. The children were held tightly in the arms of their elders, who covered their eyes with their hands, and all that could be heard were their cries of fright. Faced with attacks from behind, Some elderly people even took the initiative to use their own bodies to block them, just wanting to buy their families a little time to escape. As they approached Zhou Yun, both sides noticed his presence. The slightly chubby figure at the very front was none other than Wang Hao, an old acquaintance. Her eyes lit up when she saw Zhou Yun, but she immediately noticed Zhou Yun's indifferent gaze, turned around and led her people to continue running forward. She even gradually distanced herself from Zhou Yun. The late-stage golden core cultivators behind him watched Zhou Yun's figure and pondered for a moment. Just as they were about to say something, their eyes caught sight of the familiar ship in the sky, and they tacitly distanced themselves. "Walk!" he shouted to his subordinate in a deep voice. They continued chasing after Wang Hao, the city lord of Wanghai City, a fat sheep not to be missed. Zhou Yun's appearance caused the pursuit behind them to pause for a moment, giving Wang Hao a chance to catch his breath. Looking up at the many wounded clansmen, Wang Hao said solemnly, "Wen Yan, the rest is up to you. I believe in your abilities." "Yes." Wang Wenyan looked at the old ancestor's figure and said firmly. They all knew that if no one stayed behind to hold off the enemy, their entire family would be slowly worn down and killed. "Don't worry, your ancestor, will not die easily." Wang Wenyan nodded and led his people to continue running forward. Fortunately, the Wang family had recently improved the strength of many of their clansmen with the help of the Pengyun Token. Otherwise, they might not have been able to escape Wanghai City from this calamity. Call out. A swift surge of spiritual energy struck, and Wang Hao only had time to defend himself with his long sword before being sent flying. His opponent possessed the strength of the late Golden Core stage, and had a clear advantage over him. At this moment, Wang Hao had no more scruples. He unleashed his spiritual power in a desperate, all-out attack. This action made the other side slightly wary, and the two became entangled in a fight. However, the opponent's cultivation level was already higher than his, and he also had several foundation establishment cultivators assisting him. Soon, Wang Hao was put on the defensive and was beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back. The fat man lay on the ground, his body covered in bloodstains and his face deathly pale. Wang Hao slowly closed his eyes. He was almost out of spiritual energy. A late-stage golden core cultivator stepped forward, intending to deliver the final blow. A ferocious smile appeared on his face as he excitedly thought about obtaining all of the Wang family's wealth. Call out. Taking advantage of the opponent's approach and moment of relaxation, a jet-black light, barely visible to the naked eye, shot out and instantly pierced through the opponent's chest, like a black snake that had been lurking for a long time. This thing is the soul-destroying arrow, a one-time use spiritual weapon that Wang Hao obtained at the Pengyun auction. It specifically targets the soul of cultivators, and can inflict powerful damage even on those in the late golden core stage. After the black light entered the cultivator's body, it invaded his mind like a venomous snake, gnawing at his soul. Ah, ah, ah. The golden core cultivator clutched his head, scratching it violently, and collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically. The foundation establishment cultivators behind them were dumbfounded. What was wrong with their leader? Those with good sense began to run away, and once someone took the lead, the crowd scattered. Wang Hao barely managed to stand up, stepped forward, and decapitated his opponent with a single sword stroke. Call. Wang Hao breathed heavily. With the enemy gone, his tense mind could finally relax. He knew this place was not safe to stay long. The southern region was no longer a place fit for human habitation. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the Pengyun merchant ship not far away, and he dragged his weary body over there. Upon seeing Zhou Yun, Wang Hao's eyes held a complex emotion. "Greetings, young Master Zhou. May I ask why you are here?" "Handling some trivial matters." Zhou Yun glanced at the other party. The injuries were quite severe, and if not treated promptly, they might damage the foundation of the body. However, considering that the other party possessed the Pengyun Token, he didn't say anything more. Wang Hao didn't ask any further questions, but he felt a sense of desolation. He didn't head towards Zhou Yun's direction, nor did he seek help. The other party had been there the whole time. likely noticing the Wang family being chased, and had observed the entire process without offering any assistance. Chapter 128 Half Immortal Level. Pure World Heavenly Lotus. Back on the Pengyun merchant ship, Wang Hao had already tested Zhou Yun's attitude towards others. This Mr. Zhou may seem easygoing, but in reality he maintains an almost absolute neutrality and will not easily interfere in the cause and effect of others. Wang Hao understood that even if he had actually died in battle and his clansmen had been mercilessly slaughtered, the other party would most likely have just stood by and watched. Unless the people chasing them are foolish enough to anger them. However, given the current reputation of Pengyun merchant ship in the southern region, there are really few cultivators who wouldn't recognize it. It's too eye-catching. The two didn't chat much, as Wang Hao still needed to settle his clansmen. Then I won't disturb young Master Zhou any longer. I'll take my leave. He said goodbye in a hurry and left, as he needed to find a place to hide. Zhou Yun watched Wang Hao's departing figure, his gaze shifting slightly. He knew Wang Hao quite well, but this incident gave him a new perspective. This is a person with a calm and composed temperament who knows when to advance and when to retreat. Perhaps in this chaotic world, I can lead my family to achieve something great. After waiting for a while, Uncle Zhou, having finished his business, walked over with slightly red eyes. Back inside the Pengyun merchant ship, the two arrived at a quiet and elegant place, on a hilltop next to Zhou Yun's bamboo hut. The area is lush with vegetation, has babbling brooks, and boasts beautiful scenery. It is indeed a nice place. Uncle Zhou came to the foot of a pine tree, dug a pit with his own hands, and put a black wooden box inside. The grave mound remains simple, without any elaborate decorations, and the tombstone is still the same rough stone. Zhou Yun asked Uncle Zhou if he had any requests. But Uncle Zhou said, "That's good." After everything was ready, Zhou Yun slowly walked forward and stood quietly in front of the grave mound. He stared at the rough tombstone, memories buried deep in his mind flashing through his thoughts. Tears streamed uncontrollably from my eyes. Well, without wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she let out a soft sigh. Zhou Yun straightened his clothes, then solemnly bowed 3 times to the grave mound. Then, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand without him noticing. He slowly uncorked the bottle, and a rich aroma of wine filled the surroundings. The clear, amber-like wine slowly poured down, flowing all the way to the side of the grave mound. Uncle Zhou stood quietly to the side, watching all this with a gratified smile on his face. "Father, rest here in peace." The voice was deep and calm. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring his clothes, and the surrounding plants swayed softly, as if in silent response. After everything was done, it was time to leave. Uncle Zhou's voice came from behind me. "Young master, I would like to stay here with the master." Zhou Yun nodded without saying anything more. It didn't matter where he lived anyway. That's fine too. Everyone has their own little family. Pengyun merchant ship departed, but the southern region was plunged into war and conflict. It is said that in order to make others search more diligently, the Buddhist cultivator even killed the dynasty's patriarch and the kingdom's leader, whom he controlled, with a single palm strike. Just as Zhou Yun had predicted, the southern region has now entered a period of chaos and darkness. But the sky over the southern region was broken, and all cultivators broke free from their shackles, gaining hope of breaking free of their cages. The Pengyun merchant ship was also sailing towards the western regions as planned. That day, Zhou Yun was killing time at the reception desk. Inside the Pengyun merchant ship, an old acquaintance arrived. "Long time no see, Mr. Zhou." The newcomer was none other than Xian Hong, the patriarch of the Xianming illusion whale clan. As soon as he saw Zhou Yun, he ran over excitedly and said, "I just finished arranging things in the clan and came in." Zhou Yun glanced at the other person indifferently and said softly, "How long can it be? It's only been half a month. Isn't that a major matter concerning the ancestor?" Of course he's anxious. As Xian Hong spoke, he curiously looked around. The interior of the Pengyun merchant ship was different from what he had imagined. He brought all the treasures of his clan this time, intending to exchange them for legendary immortal level items. The price certainly wouldn't be cheap. He's now a little worried that he won't be able to get it. Then go and exchange them for Pengyun points. Zhou Yun did not tell the other party that there were no immortal level items on the Pengyun merchant ship at the moment. Okay. Seeing Shen Hong enter the exchange space, Zhou Yun felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what kind of treasures the vast Shenming illusion whale clan would bring out. It's just a celestial level item, right? We'll get it sooner or later. When the Zhuge family came to exchange last time, didn't I manage to enhance my cultivation technique to the level of a celestial being? The Shenming illusion whale clan is one of the top forces in the Shen-Tian cultivation world, so the treasures they can offer would likely be even more precious. If you're willing to use high-level items, he can easily upgrade them into immortal-level items. After glancing at the occasional cultivators who arrived, Zhou Yun disappeared from the spot. He'll need to work on strengthening himself properly next. Hopefully, his luck will improve. Back in my room, I opened the back-end information. Zhou Yun was stunned by the large number of items that appeared. Had Shen Hong brought the entire clan's treasure trove here? This was the first time Zhou Yun felt that he hadn't had enough attempts to strengthen himself. Let's start by strengthening the higher level ones, and put the rest aside for now. First, Zhou Yun selected about 10 Misty Sea Lotus flowers, which were old acquaintances. However, the dozen or so Misty Sea Lotuses in front of us are all of the 6th rank or higher, with 2 of them even reaching the 7th rank. Tiskeske, the Shenming illusion whale clan's foundation is truly powerful. Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Strengthen. A dazzling golden light filled the room, coating all the items inside with a golden glow. Xiaobai's voice kept ringing in my ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining the 6th tier top-grade Mist Sea Heart Lotus. Congratulations, Master, on completing the double enhancement and obtaining the 6th grade mid-level Mist Sea Heart Lotus. Congratulations, Master, on completing the quadruple enhancement and obtaining the 7th grade mid-level Shen Tian Pure Heart Lotus. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 6-fold enhancement and obtaining the 8th grade mid-level Illusionary Sea Heavenly Heart Lotus. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 10-fold enhancement and obtaining the 9th grade Supreme Pure World Heavenly Lotus. After sweeping away the other items, Zhou Yun's gaze fell upon the Illusionary Sea Heavenly Heart Lotus and the Pure World Heavenly Flower Green Lotus. It really shipped. Zhou Yun excitedly held the Pure World Heavenly Lotus in his hands. Its surface exudes a sacred and extraordinary Taoist aura, and its body radiates a pure white purifying light, making it appear noble and holy. After glancing at the decent quality 8th grade mid-level Illusionary Sea Heavenly Heart Lotus, he decided to put it away. At this moment, he became even more interested in the Pure World Heavenly Lotus in his hand, which was a top-grade 9th rank item. I couldn't wait to check out the relevant details. Item: Pure Heavenly Lotus. Rank: 9th tier Supreme / half immortal level. Chapter 129: The Mysterious Whale Bead. Effect 1. External use cultivators can use their own spiritual power to refine it into a 9th tier pseudo-immortal artifact. It can purify all impurities, inner demons, curses, etc. It contains a trace of immortal laws, allowing cultivators to be immune to one fatal injury. It can emit an enlightening glow, increasing the cultivator's comprehension. Effect 2. Internal use rebuilds the foundation, ensuring a pure physical body and flawless soul, granting cultivators a perfect cultivation physique, and even awakening the Azure Lotus spirit body, greatly enhancing their spiritual root level. Increases comprehension and boosts divine sense, making it easier for cultivators to understand the profound mysteries of the laws and perceive the ultimate principles of the Great Tao, paving a smooth path to immortality. Plants the Tao within the soul, as the Azure Lotus naturally possesses a trace of immortal laws that can be nurtured within the soul, allowing cultivators to immediately awaken the corresponding Azure Lotus divine power, Azure Lotus Undying, which can slowly restore the soul unless the soul or physical body is completely destroyed. After reading the detailed information, Zhou Yun could only sigh that it truly lived up to its reputation as a semi-immortal level treasure, whether it was refined into a pseudo-immortal artifact or consumed by the cultivator himself. They can all bring about a complete transformation in cultivators, truly paving a smooth path to immortality. This thing is actually useful to Xian Hong as well. Their ancestor could have used the effects of the pure world heavenly lotus to preserve his true spirit. After taking it, the undying azure lotus supernatural power awakens, allowing the nearly extinguished true spirit to slowly recover. This process will likely take a long time, but at least it will prevent the mysterious whale abyss from collapsing and stop their ancestors' condition from worsening. Zhou Yun shook his head and put it away. Anyway, he was determined to use up all the Pengyun points that Xian Hong had exchanged today. As the saying goes, you can exchange Pengyun for Pengyun flowers, but don't even think about taking any home. Most of the items at level 5 or 6 and above have been enhanced. With the large number of items brought by Xian Hong, Zhou Yun was finally able to open up all the floors of the exchange tower. He threw all the items into the exchange tower, including several celestial grade items. From now on, there's no need to specifically reserve items for auction. Just select a few from the exchange tower before the auction. Inside the Pengyun space, countless rosy clouds swirled in the air, merging into the exchange tower as it trembled slightly. At this moment, the cultivators in the exchange tower all sensed something was amiss and looked up to see a familiar scene. A vast number of items, trailing long flames, streaked across the sky, creating a dazzling spectacle. This is the exchange tower replenishing its items, and the space is constantly expanding outwards. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. Just how many items had been put in? The original space was no longer enough to hold them all. Xian Hong naturally saw this scene as well, and his expression was somewhat surprised. However, his goal was the very top floor of this exchange tower. A monk saw his back as he walked upwards and kindly spoke up to remind him. You can't go up there. The Pengyun exchange tower is only open up to the 5th floor. Xian Hong heard the voice behind him and frowned slightly. Having already stepped onto the steps, I decided to go up and take a look anyway. The cultivator behind him shook his head slightly when he saw his actions. There were many stubborn people like him, and he would come back on his own after being stopped. The cultivator waited below for a long time, but Xian Hong still did not come down. What's going on? The cultivator curiously craned his neck to look up. Upon closer inspection, they discovered something extraordinary. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "The upper floors of the exchange tower are open." The news spread quickly, and the cultivators inside the exchange tower rushed over, eager to discover the treasures hidden on the upper floors. However, when they arrived at the entrance to the 6th floor, they were blocked by the light curtain. Cultivators at the void refinement stage can enter, or they may have enough Pengyun points. Everyone was disappointed when they saw that there were additional requirements to enter the 6th floor. However, they weren't too surprised. The fact that Pengyun merchant ship allowed them to freely wander around the first 5 decks was already very considerate. The people serving up there are void refinement experts, and it was indeed much noisier when we went in. Everyone wants a private environment. I can't see it now. I originally wanted to see some high-level items. Isn't there the Pengyun auction? We can participate any time. Yes, this Pengyun token is my greatest opportunity. I'll take my leave now. I've exchanged for a top-grade Foundation establishment pill, and I'm finally about to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Then congratulations, fellow Daoist, on your further progress on the path to immortality. The group of people, all of whom possessed the Pengyun token, got along very well without revealing their identities. Occasionally, you can see them discussing which items in the exchange tower would be helpful for cultivation. Some chi refining cultivators will also consult with golden core masters, asking them to advise which cultivation method is more suitable for them to exchange for. Xian Hong arrived at the 9th floor, where both the space and the number of items were much smaller. Looking at the 6 golden orbs of light wandering in the space, Xian Hong walked forward excitedly. His gaze swept over the 2 weapons and the cultivation manual, before settling on the remaining 3 items. They started looking at the detailed information. Item: Reincarnation Nirvana Pill. Type: Pill. Rank: 9th grade, low grade. Efficacy: refined from the laws of life and death condensed by a great master, it can reshape the body of a cultivator and make a perfect return, no matter what kind of injury they suffer, even if only a wisp of soul remains. Details: due to level restrictions, this effect is only effective for mid-stage tribulation transcending cultivators. The higher the cultivation level, the weaker the effect. It has no effect on immortal level cultivators. Xian Hong looked somewhat disappointed after seeing the introduction. This item has excellent effects, but unfortunately it has no effect on immortals. It seems that 9th tier items are not very useful for immortals. I was too naive before, Xian Hong sighed. But when his gaze fell on another item, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He felt that this thing was strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. I stepped forward and clicked on the details. Item: Mystic Whale Pearl. Type: Demon Core. Rank: mid-grade, 9th rank. Effects: contains immense energy, which can be directly absorbed to enhance a cultivator's spiritual power, or refined into a semi-immortal level weapon. It is one of the best materials for illusion-type weapons. Details: born within a mid-grade 9th tier Shenming illusionary whale, a natural illusionary material. Holy crap! Xian Hong was shocked. How could this thing appear on Pengyun merchant ship? This is something only the Shenming illusion whales can cultivate. The Shenming illusion whale pearl is similar to a cultivator's dantian or a demon beast's core. Since the Shenming illusion whales specialize in illusion techniques, their whale pearls naturally contain illusion-related lore inscriptions, making them truly rare materials for illusion weapons. No wonder he felt it was familiar. He himself had one inside him. He just hadn't thought about it that way. Moreover, this is a 9th tier whale pearl, which is slightly different from the 8th tier whale pearl inside his body. Chapter 130: The Transformation of Pengyun Merchant Ship. Looking at the 9th tier Shenming illusionary whale pearl in front of him, Xian Hong's gaze was complicated. Although it's unclear how this thing ended up on the Pengyun merchant ship, it certainly didn't come from their illusion whale clan. Its level is as high as the 9th rank, a level that is recorded within the clan and has never been leaked out. If we had the help of this mysterious netherworld whale pearl. Xian Hong stared at the whale pearl in front of him, completely captivated. This mysterious whale pearl is of the same origin as him, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. His cultivation level is currently at the bottleneck of the 8th order perfection stage, equivalent to a human Mahayana perfection cultivator. As long as he gets the opportunity, he can try to break through to the tribulation transcending realm. Compared to any rare and precious materials or elixirs, the mysterious whale pearl is the most suitable thing for him to absorb. Because of their shared origin, he was not only able to perfectly absorb the immense energy and spiritual power within, but also to comprehend the profound mysteries of the Shenming illusion whale clan's laws. This mysterious whale pearl will make his path after advancing to the next level and undergoing tribulation smoother. After all, the path is guided by the laws left behind by their predecessors. However, when he saw the required Pengyun points, the astronomical number that was so daunting that it brought him back to his senses. Alas, as the clan leader, I cannot delay important clan affairs because of my own reasons. Xian Hong sighed softly, reluctantly shifting his gaze from the 9th tier whale pearl. Compared to personal spiritual attainment, the continued existence of the ancestor is of paramount importance. Only once the ancestor's injuries stabilize, will the Shenming illusion whale clan possess the strength of an immortal, making them a top-tier demon clan that commands respect in the Shention cultivation world. Otherwise, they would only end up as materials for other cultivators to forge weapons or to refine spiritual medicines to aid their cultivation. In comparison, whether one is a Mahayana cultivator or a tribulation transcender is not important to the Shenming illusion whale clan. As the clan leader, Xian Hong could easily figure these things out. His gaze fell on the last item, a blue lotus that radiated a holy and sacred light. As he approached it, Xian Hong felt as if his mind and soul had been cleansed by a gentle yet powerful force, and a sense of purity and peace welled up within him. This is... Xian Hong's eyes were filled with excitement, and his face flushed slightly. Just now, he sensed a familiar aura from the light of the blue lotus, an aura he had felt before from his ancestor. Although they are different, they share the same ethereal and vast charm. That is what all cultivators strive for their entire lives. That is the aura of the immortal path. Xian Hong stepped forward and opened the message without hesitation. Item: Pure Heavenly Lotus. Rank: 9th tier top grade / half immortal level. Efficacy: purifies all things, stabilizes the source, protects against all evil, and ensures the immortality of the true spirit. As he carefully read each line of text, Xian Hong's breathing gradually became heavier, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. That's it. At this moment, Xian Hong was absolutely certain that this was the treasure that the Xianming Illusion Whale clan had been searching for in vain. Although its help to the ancestor was limited due to the limitation of being at half-immortal level, that wisp of immortal-level Tao essence truly existed. It is because of this wisp of immortal-level Tao essence that it can barely have an effect on immortal-level beings. It's too perfect, stabilizing the origin, ensuring the true spirit's immortality. Xian Hong discovered that all the effects of the pure world heavenly lotus were perfectly suited to the ancestor's condition. He even thought that if its level reached the immortal level, it might be able to make the old clansman suddenly jump up and instantly recover to his peak. But as soon as the idea was born, Xian Hong shook his head frantically. If it's truly at the immortal level, I probably wouldn't be able to exchange for it myself. He subconsciously looked up. That must be where the immortal level items were stored. However, he had a clear understanding of himself. Even if he used all the wealth of his clan, he might not be able to obtain such a treasure. The Xianming Illusion Whale clan appears to be a top-tier existence in the cultivation world, but since their ancestor fell into slumber, they have completely closed themselves off and rarely communicate with the outside world. The clan's wealth is still incomparable to those powerful forces in the central region that truly have immortal-level figures in charge. This time, in order to exchange for the items he needed on the Pengyun merchant ship, he really brought most of his accumulated wealth from his treasure vault. This also includes 2 Tier 8 items. This is a treasure of immense value for the Xianming Illusion Whale clan. However, after seeing the pure world heavenly lotus, Xian Hong knew that he had done the right thing. This semi-divine pure heavenly lotus is the best and only choice for the Xianming Illusion Whale clan at present. What a coincidence! When Xian Hong saw the Pengyun points he needed, his heart skipped a beat. It's not that Pengyun didn't have enough points, but rather that he had just enough. This made him feel uneasy. After exchanging all his points, he only had a small amount left, about 3 million Pengyun points. However, after calming down, Xian Hong could only comfort himself. Perhaps, this is the price for items of the demigod level. Xian Hong suppressed his distracting thoughts, dismissing any notions of coincidence. Regardless, this pure world heavenly lotus must be exchanged. Without further hesitation, I clicked to redeem. Looking at the pure heavenly lotus in his hand, its pure white and holy radiance shone on his smiling face. Then he carefully put it away. This was a vital treasure concerning the safety of the Xianming Illusion Whale clan, and Xian Hong's tense heart could finally relax a little. In the past, the weight of the entire clan's affairs rested on his shoulders. The disappearance of the ancestor's true spirit, the collapse of the Xianming Illusionary Whale Abyss, the survival of the clan. Numerous problems overwhelmed him. Now, this voyage of Pengyun merchant ship has largely resolved these issues. It could even be described as perfect. On the other side, Zhou Yun received a system notification and saw that the previous debt was gone, and Pengyun points were back in his hands. A bright smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. So, she did choose the pure world heavenly lotus after all? This was actually within Zhou Yun's expectations. Only immortal level items could have an effect on immortal level beings. Fortunately, The pure world heavenly lotus can barely be considered a half-immortal, and that wisp of immortal Tao essence is crucial. The arrival of the Xianming illusion whale clan is of great significance to Pengyun merchant ship. The current exchange tower is the prototype of Zhou Yun's original concept. It is a place with abundant treasures, a place that any cultivator would yearn for. My initial decision to go to the mysterious whale abyss was indeed the right one. By simply using an item that Xian Hong had originally provided, and enhancing it to the level of a half-immortal, they emptied the treasure trove of the Xianming illusion whale clan. This is the correct way to operate Pengyun merchant ship. As a result, Pengyun merchant ships became rich overnight and has completed its transformation. Chapter 131 Arrival in the Western Regions. Time passed quietly, and the Pengyun merchant ship finally slowly sailed into the Western regions. After being reminded by Uncle Zhou, Zhou Yun ended his cultivation and came to the bow of the ship with a bit of curiosity. He had long wanted to see what kind of hellish scene this Western region, which the old man Zhuge Gong described as a gathering place for gods, demons, and monsters, really was. When he and Uncle Zhou arrived at the bow of the ship, they found that the scene outside was completely different from what he had imagined. I originally thought that this place where heretical Buddhist practitioners gathered would be a desolate and hopeless place, overflowing with evil energy and demonic obstacles. However, there was no soaring evil spirit here, nor was there a scene of widespread suffering and devastation. On the contrary, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is very abundant, far surpassing that of the southern region. Compared to the war-torn southern region, this place is far more beautiful and peaceful, like a sacred place for cultivation. This was Uncle Zhou's first time in the western regions, and he was unaware of the hidden secrets there. Seeing this scenery, he could only exclaim, "Young master, the spiritual energy in the western regions is so abundant." Zhou Yun nodded. That's right. It's not without reason that the southern region is disliked by people from other regions. After passing through several small towns, Zhou Yun frowned slightly. They then landed above a slightly larger city and saw well-organized buildings, clean streets, and a bustling market where many ordinary people and Buddhist practitioners gathered. Young master, this city is really well managed. It seems that the western regions are quite prosperous. We made the right choice to come to the western regions to hold an auction. Uncle Zhou said happily. Looking at Uncle Zhou's figure, Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head. No matter the situation, Uncle Zhou always puts Pengyun merchant ship first when considering problems, taking into account its development. But Uncle Zhou didn't know that the world in Zhou Yun's eyes was not at all as prosperous and peaceful as it seemed. Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the Buddhist practitioners on the street. This well-managed and orderly order is somewhat chilling. Don't just look at the surface. Uncle Zhou was puzzled by Zhou Yun's words. Zhou Yun looked down and whispered, "Look at those mortals and Buddhist cultivators. Although they seem to have rosy complexions and behave like ordinary people, they are very thin and their eyes lack vitality." Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Uncle Zhou also began to observe carefully. Finally, they noticed something amiss. Both the man and woman were acting strangely. Their unusually flushed faces revealed a hint of allure and desire, and their emaciated bodies looked as if they had been drained dry. "Young master, what's going on?" Uncle Zhou asked in a deep voice. "It must be the work of the joyful cult. The area we are in now is under their control," Zhou Yun said slowly. He explained the matter of the western regions to Uncle Zhou again. In fact, the three major Buddhist forces in the western regions each had very distinct characteristics. The joyful sect excels at arousing people's desires and extracting their essence to refine the seven emotions pill. The Pure Land sect uses Buddhist cultivation as its material to cultivate the human ultimate pill, while the Heavenly Zen Temple refines the heavenly soul liquid by stealing the essence of believers' souls. Therefore, after seeing the strange behavior of everyone in the city, it was easy to guess where this method came from. Zhou Yun glanced at them and saw that some of them had been completely drained, leaving only a shell driven by desire, having completely lost their self-awareness. "Let's go." "Yes." Uncle Zhou's voice was somewhat low, lacking the initial curiosity he had when he arrived in the western regions. His gaze kept glancing down at the crowds in the city below. He had thought it was a prosperous and peaceful city for cultivating immortality, but it turned out to be a hellish place where Buddhist cultivators were kept in captivity. Over the next period of time, Zhou Yun and Uncle Zhou slowly traveled through the territory of the western regions. It must be said that the western regions are very large, much larger than the southern regions. After observing along the way, Uncle Zhou gradually accepted and became accustomed to the survival rules of this seemingly peaceful region, this paradise on earth. The appearance of the Pengyun merchant ship naturally aroused the curiosity of others, but it was unfamiliar to the cultivators of the western regions. On this day, as the Pengyun merchant ship flew over a large city, a figure soared into the air and blocked its path. He was a handsome monk dressed in a magnificent robe, but with his chest and breasts exposed. His face was somewhat effeminate, and he swept his scrutinizing and greedy gaze over the Pengyun merchant ship. When he saw that Zhou Yun and the other person on the ship were only at the golden core and foundation establishment levels, his expression became less concealed. He exuded a faint aura of late-stage nascent soul cultivator, with one hand held upright in front of his chest. Her tone was both effeminate and flirtatious. "Amitba, you two seem unfamiliar, so you must be from out of town. May I ask what brings you here, and where you are headed?" Zhou Yun glanced at the other person. He found this person extremely annoying. Whether it was the lewd aura she exuded or her effeminate tone. "No." He coldly uttered a sentence and spurred the Pengyun merchant ship to continue sailing forward. The effeminate monk's face darkened, and he looked at Zhou Yun with a cold glint in his eyes. Where did this silly kid come from? Does he even know where he is right now? How dare he be so disrespectful? He's determined to eat this fat sheep today. Recently, in order to advance to the nascent soul stage, I need to prepare a lot of resources, so how could I miss out on such an easy opportunity? He immediately blocked the merchant ship again, but this time he wanted to get closer. An invisible protective shield rose around Pengyun's merchant ship, repelling him. Faced with such a strange scene, the effeminate monk looked at the two people whose expressions had remained unchanged from beginning to end, and secretly swallowed. My back tensed up involuntarily. Could I really be that unlucky as to run into two cunning old foxes who were pretending to be weak? However, as he looked down, a hint of confidence rose within him. He wasn't without connections, and besides, a master happened to be visiting today. Benefactor, this humble monk meant no harm. Please do not take offense. This time, the monk was much more polite. However, the figure blocking the merchant ship did not move aside. Zhou Yun simply stared coldly at the other party without saying a word. He was rather curious about what the other party was up to. This humble monk merely wishes to extend the hospitality of a host. Our joyful sect is renowned for its exceptional hospitality. Under my guidance, I guarantee you will experience the most authentic and ultimate pleasure, ensuring you linger and ascend to blissful bliss. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow and looked at the other person with a mocking expression. Turns out he was a tout. Zhou Yun's casual words reached the other man's ears, instantly turning the monk's face ashen. He looked at Zhou Yun and the other person as if they were dead. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite. He channeled his spiritual power and began to bombard the Pengyun merchant ship fiercely, but it was all blocked by a layer of light that rose around it. The monk frowned and withdrew his attack. He hadn't expected the defensive tortoise shell to be so powerful. Don't think that staying in the formation will be useful. Understand that this is the territory of the joyful cult. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over all your belongings and I'll let you go. They might be afraid that the other side would become complacent and fearless because of the defensive formation protecting them. He then threatened, "Let me tell you, a nascent soul master has come to my residence today. I advise you not to lose your lives for a little bit of wealth." Chapter 132 Encounter in the Western Regions. Robbery. Zhou Yun looked at the other person with great interest. He never imagined he would encounter robbers. Was it his golden core cultivation that gave the other party confidence? Young master, Uncle Zhou said, his voice somewhat dejected. Seeing the other person's arrogant face, he even wanted to slap him to death. However, I only have the foundation establishment cultivation level and can't help the young master. Especially since the young master had provided him with so many cultivation resources, yet he couldn't help the young master at this crucial moment, which made him feel extremely distressed. It's fine. Zhou Yun patted Uncle Zhou on the shoulder to comfort him. He then looked up at the persistent guy, a cold glint in his eyes. Then let's play along. Zhou Yun raised his hand, and the space in front of him rippled slightly, revealing 3 shimmering butterflies, namely Jiming, Shenjin, and Qingchen. Yo-yo! They were a little confused when they first appeared, but after seeing Zhou Yun, they all affectionately clung to him and fluttered around him. Go, get rid of that eyesore. The monk was terrified when he saw the 3 butterflies rushing towards him, and he felt a pang of annoyance. I knew I'd most likely run into a brick wall. Can someone who can summon 3 nascent soul-stage demonic beasts at will be simple? He immediately called out to Zhou Yun. Wait, let's talk this over. Unfortunately, the attack from Jiming and the others had already arrived, and he could only defend against it. Seeing the other party beg for mercy, a playful look flashed across Zhou Yun's face. Ignoring the monk who was begging for mercy, he was more concerned about Uncle Zhou's feelings. Compared to Uncle Zhou, nothing else mattered. She turned her head to look at Uncle Zhou and said softly, Uncle Zhou, look, Jiming and the other 2 can suppress the opponent. Yes, I have failed the young master's expectations, Uncle Zhou said in a deep voice, bowing his head. These words made Zhou Yun scratch his head, completely at a loss for how to comfort him. He then changed the subject, saying, Pengyun merchant ships has grown to its current size entirely thanks to your management. Zhou Yun patted him heavily on the shoulder. I declare you the greatest contributor, unmatched by anyone. Zhou Yunzhong's loud and clear words finally cheered Uncle Zhou up, and he smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. No, they're all young masters. All right. Zhou Yun interrupted him, looking at the battlefield and said, each member of Pengyun has their own tasks. Your task is to manage the Pengyun space. Of course, we are currently lacking combat personnel. Jiming and the others are only engaged in planting. Zhou Yun only realized what was happening after watching Jiming and the others fight. The weavers are primarily support-oriented, relying on tacit cooperation and simple magical attacks in combat. Fortunately, they have a numerical advantage, which allows them to force the opponent into a series of retreats. At this moment, Uncle Zhou spoke up from the side. Young master, there are actually combat members, but they haven't grown up yet. Upon hearing Uncle Zhou's words, Zhou Yun slapped his forehead. You mean that guy Qi Xiao? He's lightning attribute, and he's definitely a decent combat member. How has he been lately? Zhou Yun asked curiously. This little guy has always been taken care of by Uncle Zhou. As if he had thought of something funny, Uncle Zhou said with a smile. It's fine, just a little mischievous. Then you must train him well, just in case we encounter similar situations in the future. I can't possibly have to do the work myself, Zhou Yun instructed. Yes, young master. I will supervise Little Red Cloud's cultivation from now on. If it doesn't meet the daily cultivation target, I won't give it any snacks. Zhou Yun glanced at Uncle Zhou in surprise. What a ruthless threat. He wouldn't even give her any snacks. Stop. Stop right now. Do you know who I am? This is the joyful cult. The effeminate monk's voice came from ahead again, but this time it carried a hint of urgency and threat. Zhou Yun gave the other party a cold look. If he wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, he would have killed the other party with a single palm strike. He's a businessman. He can leave things like fighting to others. Seeing Zhou Yun standing at the bow of the ship, completely ignoring them, the attacks around them intensified. He immediately revealed his identity. I am one of the 10 core disciples of the joyful cult. If you dare to kill me, you are making an enemy of the joyful cult. Stop now, and I can pretend nothing happened. After the effeminate monk finished speaking, he couldn't help but fantasize in his mind. Shouldn't we stop now? In the western regions, who dares to disrespect us? We'll send someone to deal with you later. Don't think that just because we're on the defensive. But before his fantasy could end, even more intense attacks came crashing down. Without Zhou Yun's order, the weaving creatures would naturally not stop. 3 butterflies fluttered around the monk, unleashing spells with each flutter of their wings, causing the Buddhist light emanating from the monk to gradually dim. Damn it! Do you know what you're doing? The monk finally felt despair and fear. His face turned pale, and he cried out in a shrill voice. With a piercing scream, the monk's life force vanished, and his body plummeted downwards. Even as he died, he still couldn't understand why the other party would still try to kill him after knowing his identity. Do they have a grudge against the joyful cult? At the moment the monk died, many people in the city looked up, a flicker of emotion flashing in their numb eyes. At this moment, they probably want to cheer and applaud, to celebrate. That scene must have been quite lively. On an inconspicuous, secluded street, an 11 or 12-year-old girl blinked her bright, lively eyes and saw this scene. He bowed deeply in the direction of the Pengyun merchant ship. Arya, come back quickly. How many times have I told you not to go out unless it's necessary? Just then, an elderly man ran over and pulled her back into the house. Grandpa, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao. Please don't call me Arya anymore. This is the name my mother gave me, she said. Xiaoxiao should grow up happily. As she spoke, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes, and she hugged the old man and cried, Grandpa, I miss Mom so much. The old man hugged Xiaoxiao and patted her back, offering silent comfort. He didn't want to call her by name because the old man knew. In this city, a smile is a luxury. On the other side, after completing their mission, the creatures, including Jiming, flew happily around Zhou Yun, occasionally nudging their heads close, waiting for their master's reward. Great job. You all did a fantastic job. Zhou Yun naturally didn't hold back his praise, complimenting each butterfly before sending them back. After this incident, Zhou Yun felt that he should train Qi Xiao as soon as possible. He couldn't really let the owner of the Pengyun merchant ship go out and fight. He didn't have that habit. He preferred to trade quietly with other cultivators. Uncle Zhou, your previous suggestion was very good. If Qi Xiao doesn't work hard in its cultivation, we should threaten it. Just say I don't want it anymore. Chapter 133, A Ray of Light for the Western Regions. Hearing Zhou Yun's words, Uncle Zhou laughed and said, Haha, that little guy will definitely work hard to cultivate. As the two chatted and laughed, the Pengyun merchant ship continued its journey forward. Stop. Your Excellency has so wantonly slaughtered members of my joyful sect. Do you think you can leave so easily? You are utterly shameless. Another old man appeared and blocked the way in front of Pengyun's merchant ship. However, this time the Pengyun merchant ship did not stop. After approaching the old man, the space around him contracted rapidly. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's face was filled with terror, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Bang! Zhou Yun merely glanced indifferently at the spot where the old man had disappeared, where only a ring of blood mist remained. If you beat up the younger ones, the older ones will come. If you beat up the older ones, you'll be hunted down by the entire faction. Sure enough, how could the cultivation world be without such situations? A moment later, on the Pengyun merchant ship that was sailing, Uncle Zhou looked at Zhou Yun with concern. Young master, are you all right? Zhou Yun forced a calm expression and said, What could possibly happen to me? Uncle Zhou glanced furtively at his young master's slightly trembling hand, but said nothing more. Instead, he busied himself, taking out tea sets from his storage ring. What he needs to do most now is to prepare a calming and soothing tea for his young master. Seeing Uncle Zhou's actions, Zhou Yun knew that his poor acting skills had not fooled Uncle Zhou, who knew him well. This was Zhou Yun's first time killing someone, whether for the original owner of the body or for himself. He originally thought he had seen all the fighting and killing in the cultivation world, and that he could remain indifferent to the deaths of countless cultivators in front of him. However, when he personally ended the life of a cultivator, he realized that he was just a fledgling. Damn, who said, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run? Zhou Yun muttered to himself. Only after it actually happened did we realize that it wasn't like that at all. The memory of life slowly slipping away in his hands, the explosive scene of blood bursting open, still makes his hands tremble to this day. Young master, have a cup of tea. Uncle Zhou's concerned voice brought Zhou Yun back to his senses. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yun slumped into the chair and downed the tea in one gulp. Young master, please get some rest. Don't worry about anything else. I'll find a suitable auction venue. Uncle Zhou saw Zhou Yun slowly close his eyes, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He felt both guilty about his own weak abilities and comforted by the young master's great strength. He feared that there was less and less he could do for the young master. However, at least I can still manage the Pengyun merchant ship for the young master. Uncle Zhou stepped aside and began to steer the Pengyun merchant ship toward the next Pengyun auction venue. On the other side, after drinking the warm tea, Zhou Yun closed his eyes to rest. The unique coolness of the tea dissipated quietly after entering the stomach. It flowed slowly throughout his body, like a gentle stream, warm and delicate, washing away the chaos and restlessness in his heart. That day, Zhou Yun lay on his back in bed. Now that he had come to the western regions, he naturally had not forgotten why he had come there. That is to open a crack in the sky of the western regions and bring a ray of light to these cultivators who live in a hellish environment. Zhou Yun then opened the back end. With a swipe of his finger, the room was instantly filled with light, and 1,000 Pengyun tokens appeared out of thin air, enveloped in a white light and surrounding him. Looking at the Pengyun merchant ship pattern engraved on the token, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Yun's face. He waved his hand and whispered, "Go." The voice was gentle yet powerful, like sowing seeds of hope. In an instant, the ball of light enveloped the token, transforming into thousands of streams of light that pierced through space and entered the myriad realms' guiding instrument. Under Zhou Yun's arrangement, they will appear in the vast lands of the western regions, waiting for their destined owners. Looking in the direction where the Pengyun token disappeared, Zhou Yun seemed to be looking into the unknown void along with the Pengyun token. He didn't need to care who would obtain these Pengyun tokens, whether they were mortals or cultivators. The appearance of the Pengyun token itself signifies both opportunity and variable. It will crash into the stagnant waters of the western regions like a boulder, creating waves. He thought of the southern region, which was now ravaged by war, even though many people would die during this period. But this is a necessary process from the collapse of the old order to the establishment of a new one. Why can't the sky of the western regions be reconstructed? Zhou Yun murmured to himself. His tone was casual, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This land has long been soaked in blood and darkness. Only by killing more people and waging a more brutal war can the cage that is firmly locked in the sky be broken. To give the people living here a chance to breathe fresh air, and to prove that there is still hope for living. You can see the ray of dawn shining down from the broken sky. Zhou Yun felt that among these 1,000 Pengyun, there might be 1 or 2 people who would be favored by fate. These people are most likely to appear in chaotic times. They are born with amazing luck and often obtain extraordinary opportunities and heaven-defying treasures. It's possible that the Pengyun token might automatically appear beside them due to interference from the will of heaven. I wonder if the heavenly Tao can affect the Pengyun token? This thought immediately popped into Zhou Yun's mind, and he murmured. Xiaobai appeared at just the right time, as if to prove his abilities. He said with certainty, "Master, there's no need to worry. It's just the heavenly Tao of a small cultivation world. How could it possibly affect the Pengyun token?" Then Xiaobai changed his tone. "However, Master's guess is correct. Some people with extraordinary luck can indeed attract Pengyun tokens. This is the rule of creation in the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, they are all high-quality customers and there is no harm to them. Master does not need to worry. What do I have to worry about? Zhou Yun was just curious. There was really no need to worry. There are plenty of people in this world destined for greatness. What does it have to do with him? However, he noticed Xiaobai's words, the rules governing the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. This means that the laws of nature have their own operating principles, and lucky people will naturally have a constant stream of opportunities. Sigh, I hope this decaying land can be revitalized. Zhou Yun sighed. Having finished all the tasks I needed to do, I can finally get a good night's sleep and wait for the Pengyun auction to begin. As for why he didn't take direct action to eradicate the 3 major Buddhist forces in the western regions. First of all, he had no interest in taking action. He only felt a sliver of pity for the western regions, which, in the end, was an order established by the western regions themselves. Perhaps Buddhist practitioners from the western regions prefer this kind of life. In the end, after he intervened, the original order was restored. Now, Zhou Yun is simply giving the Buddhist cultivators of the western regions a choice. Moreover, the reshaping of order is never a simple destruction, but rather a process that is carried out without the help of external forces, using the mutilated limbs and corpses of cultivators and Buddhist practitioners, and nourished by their blood. Only then can a solid foundation be laid. Chapter 134 News of Pengyun merchant ship spreads. On the other hand, with the deaths of the core disciples and the union master of the joyful sect, news of the Pengyun merchant ship has finally spread. The 3 major Buddhist forces in the western regions are all investigating what gives this mysterious ship that suddenly entered the western regions the confidence to do so. They dare to act so recklessly in the territory of the western regions. Especially the joyful cult, since it was their people who died. It can be said that Pengyun merchant ship was completely slapping them in the face. Therefore, they paid special attention to the Pengyun merchant ship, but its strength was indeed not to be underestimated. It could easily kill a nascent soul cultivator, which was what the joyful sect cared about most. They dared not openly send powerful members of their sect to demand an explanation, nor did they dare issue a bounty. These 3 forces are quite in sync. If you're wondering where to find information about this mysterious ship, perhaps only Wanbage can provide the answer. At this moment, in the core city of the joyful cult, the blissful heavenly capital. Inside the top floor of Wanbage, Master Miaochu was meeting with a middle-aged, refined man dressed in white. This man was none other than Su Wunja, the owner of the Wanbage Pavilion in the blissful heaven. The faint aura emanating from the 2 individuals indicates that they both possess the cultivation level of the fusion realm. With a smile on his face and composed demeanor, Su Wunja poured tea for Miaochu. He said in a gentle voice, I had a feeling that something good was coming this morning. I never expected it would be because of the arrival of Master Miaochu. Ba. It's been a long time since we last met, Daoist Wunja. Miaochu raised her hand in a gesture of respect. Su Wunja nodded. He was still very unaccustomed to the western regions when he first arrived. Especially this paradise city, whose name is very deceptive, is a place full of primal bestiality, where all cultivators indulge their wildness, and is filthy and foul. He also disliked receiving members of the joyful cult, as they possessed a strange aura that was twisted, solemn, holy, yet filthy. For example, the venerable Master Miaochu in front of him was wearing a magnificent dark gold robe, which hung loosely in front of him, revealing his fair and muscular chest. It's absolutely appalling. Yet his perpetually fake smile carried an expression of pity for all living beings, and the desire woven into his eyes, tinged with purple eyeshadow, was undisguised. It's contradictory, Su Wunja thought to himself. The 2 drank tea quietly, but in the end, Su Wunja couldn't stand the other's staring gaze. It felt as if the other person could see right through my clothes. I wonder what brings Master Miaochu to my Wanbao pavilion today. Su Wunja tightened his clothes and asked softly. However, he had some guesses about the other party's purpose in coming. The stagnant waters of the western regions cannot be kept secret from any disturbance. Now, the only major event for the entire western regions is the mysterious ship killing the nascent Soul Master. This is indeed a big deal. Miao Chu smiled but did not answer Su Wenjie's question. Instead, his eyes held a hint of provocation, and the unique purple eyeshadow added a touch of alluring yet masculine and eerie charm to his appearance. A gentle voice, like the sound of silk and bamboo instruments, rang out. "Fellow Taoist Wenjie, you must not have experienced the wonders of my blissful heavenly capital yet. Judging from your appearance, Wenjie's cultivation is about to break through to the late stage of the integration realm." Miao Chu's gaze swept over Su Wenjie, taking him in and out. "My pure land of ultimate bliss possesses countless wondrous methods. How could you, fellow Taoist, miss them? Why not consider joining me in experiencing the beauty of that blissful realm, comprehending the laws of heaven, and, under the witness of Buddha, directly reaching the profound mysteries of ultimate bliss?" Enough. Su Wenjie could no longer stand this madman in front of him and said in a deep, cold voice, "These piglets, completely driven by desire, have utterly lost their humanity." Seeing the other person's flushed chest and cheeks, Su Wenjie felt extremely irritated, thinking that today was just too unlucky. "I encountered this freak, Miao Chu. You can tell from the name that the other party is no good. It's said that their specialty is soul-piercing lashes. If you have no questions, then I'm afraid I cannot keep you company any longer," Su Wenjie said bluntly. Miao Chu's dazed gaze gradually cleared, but she still looked at Su Wenjie with some resentment. This is an extremely rare and high-quality material. If he could obtain it, he might actually be able to break through his current cultivation level. To my surprise, the other party refused outright. What a boring person. However, he did not forget the important matter that the Buddha of Bliss had instructed him to attend to. He asked, "Isn't it all because of those ships that suddenly appeared in the western regions? What is their origin? How dare they kill my core disciples and masters within the territory of my joyful sect? Do you need a reason to kill people from the joyful cult? Do you need a background? If I weren't from Wanbage, I would have slapped you across the face and let you experience true bliss." Su Wenjie couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even someone as skilled at cultivating inner strength as him couldn't help but feel irritated by the joyful sect. However, he was, after all, the head of Wanbage, and the other party was a customer who came to buy information, so he naturally had to answer the other party's questions. But a glint of light flashed in Su Wenjie's eyes as he said softly, "This information will cost 3 million mid-grade spirit stones." So expensive. Miao Chu was somewhat surprised. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, this was all small change and they didn't care too much about it. After handing over the spirit stones, Su Wenjie tossed a jade slip to the other party and disappeared from the room. He really didn't want to face this pervert anymore, so he simply sent him to his servants. Watching Su Wenjie's departing figure, Miao Chu's eyebrows curled into a strange smile. He picked up the jade slip on the table and started to look through it. But when the words, Pengyun Merchant Ship, appeared in his eyes, he felt that the name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Until all the information has been read. Miao Chu suddenly realized and exclaimed in surprise, "It's that Pengyun Merchant Ship." News about the Pengyun Merchant Ship had reached the western regions several years ago, and it was said that many items that could help cultivators break through to the void refinement stage had been auctioned off. At the time, the people of the western regions didn't pay much attention, thinking that the cultivators from the southern regions were ignorant. Even with Wanbage's confirmation, it didn't attract much of their attention. Unlike the barren southern region, their western regions are rich in cultivation resources, and naturally, they have no shortage of resources for breaking through to the void refinement stage. It wasn't until the last auction in the southern region reached their ears that it slightly caught their attention. After all, an 8th-tier rare and precious material appeared. However, by then the Pengyun merchant ship had already left the southern region, and no one knew where it was headed next. Unexpectedly, the Pengyun merchant ship arrived in the western regions. Now we can finally see for ourselves whether the Pengyun merchant ship is as mysterious as the rumors suggest. If they can produce another 8th tier rare and precious material, then I will think more highly of them. It would be best to go back and tell Buddha that we should not provoke the Pengyun merchant ship for the time being. If an auction is really to be held in the western regions, then we'll decide based on the situation after the auction. Chapter 135 The Three Buddhas of the Western Regions. Half a month later, the Pengyun merchant ship finally arrived at the blissful heaven capital. Zhou Yun and Uncle Zhou stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the magnificent city before them, and couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed the core city of the joyful sect, one of the three major powers in the western regions. The entire city was filled with towering pavilions, decorated in a magnificent and opulent style, and the streets were bustling with people, making it incredibly prosperous. A crystal bead the size of a fist hangs in the sky above the city, emitting a pale red glow that is very eye-catching even in daylight. But all of this seemed completely different to Zhou Yun, who glanced at the red bead with a meaningful look in his eyes. In his eyes, the bead was a complete collection of filth, constantly absorbing the chaotic desires of the city. The surrounding red mist emitted a captivating glow. Young master, this is blissful heaven, the core city of the joyful cult. Uncle Zhou looked down at the prosperous scene below and explained. Zhou Yun nodded. This was indeed a good location for Pengyun merchant ship's first auction in the western regions. Great, the rest of the promotion is in your hands, tentatively scheduled for a month from now. After Zhou Yun finished speaking, he looked up at the city sky. The mist emanating from the crystal bead condensed into a thin layer of red smoke in the air. Like a wispy red veil, it shrouded everyone's heads. The entire Pure Land was transformed into a cradle of bliss. Desire, restlessness, and chaos are slowly brewing, and they are constantly eroding the people living in this city. However, Zhou Yun looked down at the Buddhist cultivators in the city, whose faces were flushed with satisfaction and enjoyment. She said softly, "Perhaps they are happy. After all, who can resist the most primal instincts of the body?" "Young master, what are you saying?" Zhou Yun shook his head. "It's all right, Uncle Zhou will have to work hard from now on. Next, he needs to prepare the items for the auction." Upon hearing Zhou Yun's instructions, Uncle Zhou spoke earnestly. "Yes, young master. This old servant will spread the word properly." After Zhou Yun left, Uncle Zhou's gaze returned to the blissful heavenly capital. Having experienced what happened before, he naturally no longer believed what he was seeing. Then he called out Yu Tong and the others to announce the start time of the auction. The news of the Pengyun auction did indeed attract many high-level Buddhist cultivators from the western regions. However, strangely enough, the Paradise City, the venue for the Pengyun auction, did not generate much discussion. Everyone continues to live the same life as before, their faces beaming with happy smiles as they walk the streets, creating a prosperous scene for this magnificent city. The high-level Buddhist cultivators who arrived were not surprised by the strange occurrence before them. They did come to participate in the Pengyun auction, but that doesn't stop them from experiencing the unique and wondrous bliss of the blissful heaven. At this moment, Zhou Yun was deep in thought in his room. He attached great importance to this first auction in the western regions. The items need not be particularly valuable, but at least they should be something that would catch the eye of the Buddhist monks from the western regions and make them flock to them. Fortunately, the Xianming Illusion Whale clan's treasure vault provides some supplies that are useful to Buddhist cultivators. Zhou Yun had Xiao Bai compile all the items related to Buddhist cultivation. It could be seen that most of these Buddhist items were accompanied by magnificent golden Buddhist light and resonated with the Buddhist chants of the great Tao that exorcise evil spirits and suppress demons. They are completely different from the heretical Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions today. It seems that these items related to Buddhist cultivation were collected by the Xianming Illusion Whale clan over the years. It might not be conducive to preservation, and there are other reasons such as the erosion of time. Most of them are weapons, with very few pills or elixirs. Finally, Zhou Yun selected 5 items, among which the one that satisfied him the most was the fist-sized, glass-like golden relic. let you bring some madness to the Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions. A smug smile crept onto Zhou Yun's lips. The golden relic was carefully put away. Meanwhile, deep within the capital of bliss, within an array formed by interwoven Buddhist patterns and Buddhist power, the Buddhas of the three great powers, the Buddha of joy, the Buddha of rebirth, and the Buddha of heavenly Zen, sat cross-legged on golden lotus Buddha clusters, their faces shrouded in Buddha light, their usual compassionate smiles gone. Of the three, the Buddha of joy and the Buddha of rebirth are relatively young, while only the Buddha of heavenly Zen is an old man with a white beard. This is likely closely related to the cultivation techniques practiced by the three major powers. Tianchon Buddha, are you sure you have nothing to do by coming to the Pengyun auction house? The first to speak was the Buddha of joy, who was twirling his prayer beads between his fingers, his tone carrying a deep sense of worry. The Buddha of rebirth beside him also looked at the Buddha of heavenly Zen. Now that it is the time for Tianchon Buddha to guard the place, he actually put aside such an important matter to come to the auction, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Tianchon Buddha did not look up at the two of them, and said in a calm tone, "Everything is within the plan. The 9 revolutions lotus formation, guarding the Buddha's sun, was set up by the three of us. We even planted our own secret techniques in the Buddha's sun's body. Even if I am not here, there are 4 masters guarding it. What kind of accident could happen?" Although they spoke lightly, the three of them became quite solemn when the Buddha's sun was mentioned. It was a plan that their 3 major forces had been planning for nearly 10,000 years, and there could be no mistakes. Once the Buddha's child is born, they can begin plotting in the central region. The central region is the true holy land of cultivation. How could it be without a place for Buddhist cultivators? The Buddha's light will eventually carve out a space for them in the central region. The Buddhist disciples were their source of confidence and protection for entering the central region. This matter was of great importance. Although both of them felt that what Tianchon Buddha said made sense, they still had some worries in their hearts. The Buddha of joy and the Buddha of rebirth exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly. That inexplicable sense of panic, appearing without any specific reason, is definitely not without cause. Like a speck of dust, it stained their Buddhist hearts, causing a sense of unease in both of them. At their level, the great Buddhas have long since seen through the illusions of the mind and can stabilize their emotions. Any inexplicable fluctuation is often an instinctive warning, a veiled premonition of the future. The Buddha slowly turned the golden prayer beads, but the clinking sound between the beads revealed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. He spoke in a deep voice. "That's not appropriate. I think you should go back and keep watch. The auction will be overseen by me and the joyful Buddha." The Buddha of joy beside him was about to nod in agreement. However, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted in the room. "You want to take it all for yourselves?" Tianchon Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and stared directly at the 2 people in front of him, his gaze showing no sign of yielding. Upon hearing Tianchon's words, a hint of displeasure flashed across the faces of the 2. They didn't understand why Tianchon Buddha had such a strong reaction, even though they hadn't said anything wrong. Although the Pengyun auction is important, we can't let our guard down on the Buddha's sun's side either. Such a simple principle, surely the other party understands it. Chapter 136, The Elysium Capital. The auction begins. Tianchon Buddha clearly understood the importance of Buddha's disciple. The 3 of them obtained a fragmented ancient scripture in the ancient ruins, which recorded a heaven-defying and powerful physique. After obtaining it initially, the 3 decided to participate in its cultivation together to create the reverse lotus-devouring Buddha body, recorded in the ancient scriptures as a secret weapon for the Western regions. However, Tianchon Buddha also understood the significance of Pengyun merchant ship. According to information from Wanbage, the mysterious Pengyun merchant ship almost always brings out treasures that shock the audience, especially at the last auction in the southern region, where an 8th-grade heavenly treasure appeared. Who would want to miss such an opportunity? If I really missed the Pengyun auction, but the 2 people in front of me obtain treasures at the Pengyun auction and their strength increases, then Then I will lose my current dominant position in future decisions regarding the Buddha's disciple. They might even be excluded. The three of them are still able to sit here and discuss matters only because their strengths are similar, not because of any so-called unity. Their cooperation is also due to their shared ambition to travel to the central region. The cultivation world has always been cruel, especially in the even darker, hellish western regions, where the principle of strength reigns supreme. Tianchon Buddha clearly understood this, so his body radiated Buddhist light, and he did not back down in the face of the two people in front of him. Instead, they became even more aggressive. The Buddha of Joy and the Buddha of Rebirth also realized the reason behind this, and knew that it was related to the Pengyun auction. Everyone has made their own choices. The two exchanged a glance. Amitabha. The Buddha of Rebirth forced back the oppressive power of the Buddha of Heavenly Zen and turned to face the Buddha of Joy. Then let us send a few more masters to the place where the Buddha was born, just in case. The Buddha of Joy nodded helplessly. Seeing the two back down, Tianchon Buddha also withdrew the Buddha light emanating from his body. This matter was not difficult to decide. The Buddha's disciple was not suppressed by the 9 revolutions lotus formation, and the three of them had even used secret methods to leave a spiritual imprint on the Buddha's disciple's body. This spiritual imprint, like a seed, will grow together with the Buddhist disciple, and eventually take root and sprout. This means that from the moment a Buddha is born, he will be controlled by the three of them and recognize them as his common masters. With the matter resolved, the three of them sat down calmly and began to talk about Pengyun merchant ship. When the Pengyun token was mentioned, both the joyful Buddha and the heavenly Zen Buddha glanced at the rebirth Buddha, intentionally or unintentionally. They learned from Wanbage that the Buddha of Rebirth had actually sent his subordinates to the southern region before this. Subsequently, they launched a large-scale search for the Pengyun token in the southern region. Although the Buddha of Rebirth had said that his subordinates had not yet returned, and the messages that came back said they had not been found, the two of them did not entirely believe it. In the western regions, in a dimly lit void, a black lotus platform with flowing scarlet blood patterns floated silently in the air, surrounded by a faint blood-red mist, from which the sounds of the great Tao and Buddhism could be faintly heard. However, the Buddhist monks who had been guarding this place all became extremely cautious upon hearing this Buddhist chant. They all focused their minds to avoid being disturbed by the Buddhist chants, and their own Buddhist light was fully released, completely enveloping them. Once the chanting of Buddhist prayers subsided, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said, without the suppression of the heavenly Zen Buddha, the difficulty of this simple guarding task has increased dramatically. The person next to him agreed. Yes, especially since this Buddha embryo is about to mature, its impact on the surrounding area will be even greater. If someone below the nascent soul stage comes, they will likely be refined in an instant and become nourishment for the Buddha's disciples. Their gazes fell upon a pool of blood beneath the lotus platform, and a hint of fear crept into their eyes. This is a place that eats people. Countless crimson roots drifted into the pool, continuously providing nutrients to the lotus platform. However, no cultivator noticed that within the lotus bud with its blood-red patterns, a wisp of blood-red spiritual energy had already been born, something even the departing Tianchon Buddha could not have imagined. Logically speaking, this reverse lotus-devouring Buddha body embryo, nurtured by the three, bears the spiritual imprint of the three accomplished cultivators, and any abnormal situation should not be hidden from their perception. However, an accident occurred. This may also be because they do not understand the situation of this Buddha embryo. After all, the cultivation method is only derived from ancient scriptures. It only describes the powerful abilities and effects of the Buddha's embryo, without detailing the methods of control or precautions. At the time, all three of them believed that with their Mahayana strength and the secret techniques within their respective factions, they could completely control the Buddha embryo and use it as a weapon to break through the gates of the central region. But now an unexpected situation has arisen, and the key point is that no Mahayana cultivator has noticed it yet. The wisp of consciousness inside the lotus trembled slightly upon hearing the words, without the suppression of the heavenly Zen Buddha. This is its birthplace. Over thousands of years, it has gained a slight control over this nurturing space. Faint, almost imperceptible blood-red threads drift out and permeate the surrounding area. They didn't detect the aura of any Mahayana cultivators, only 3 Buddhist cultivators at the integration realm. Suddenly, the drifting crimson threads paused and quickly gathered together. They appeared extremely cautious. After a short wait, 3 figures landed inside the space. Upon realizing that the 3 cultivators who had arrived were only at the integration realm, the blood-red patterns around the lotus flower moved at a faster pace. This is the opportunity it has been waiting for millennia. The guardian Buddhist cultivator, unaware of the subtle movements inside the lotus, looked at the 3 newcomers with some surprise. He immediately looked at the newcomer with a wary expression and secretly circulated his spiritual power. This place is a core stronghold jointly guarded by the 3 major powers. Without the Buddha's instructions, all outsiders are considered invading enemies. Although everyone knows each other, these rules still need to be followed. Seeing the wary expressions of the other 3, the newcomer didn't say anything more and directly revealed the Buddha's seals. After carefully examining the information, the wariness on the 3 people's faces dissipated. They all stood up to welcome them. Welcome everyone to lend a hand. With the combined efforts of the 6 of us, we are confident that no accidents will occur. Absolutely. Absolutely. The 6 people discussed what they needed to be aware of. Everyone felt more confident about the upcoming garrison mission. However, it's understandable. With 6 cultivators at the integration realm jointly guarding the area, this is a force that cannot be ignored by any power. Simply guarding an unborn Buddha embryo is not an easy task. Afterwards, it will certainly be much simpler for the 6 of them to work together to resist the interference of the Buddhist chants. As everyone was talking, the spiritual energy within the black lotus bud was slowly wriggling. Perhaps to avoid attracting the attention of outsiders, the process was very slow. This is the Buddha's embryo using secret methods to accelerate its maturation. This approach will inevitably result in an imperfect birth, and may even lead to congenital defects, making future advancement extremely difficult. However, it was even clearer that this was its only chance to break free from these people's control. It craves freedom more than being controlled by others. Chapter 137 The Birth of a Buddha. In the cultivation world, some top-tier cultivation physiques can no longer be simply regarded as a type of physique. Whether it's a cultivator, a demon beast, or an object imbued with spiritual energy, awakening a heaven-defying physique will also bring with it inherited knowledge and corresponding magical techniques and supernatural abilities. The reverse lotus devouring Buddha body is a constitution related to Buddhist practice. They are born with the wisdom and innate understanding of Buddhism and Taoism, and are naturally extremely intelligent. The 3 Mahayana Buddhas were naturally aware of these matters, but they still believed that by using the secret methods of their respective forces to slowly erode the Buddha's mind over 10,000 years, they could control it in their hands. But they ultimately overestimated themselves and underestimated the ancient scriptures obtained from the ancient ruins. The Buddha embryo described above as reverse lotus devouring Buddha's body is still too bizarre. The 3 of them might not be able to handle it. A month passed quietly, and the Pengyun auction finally kicked off. On this day, in the sky above the capital city of Bliss, a series of powerful drumbeats emanated from the Pengyun merchant ship, and colorful rays of light spread out, instantly attracting the attention of the entire city. All the high-level cultivators in the city looked up, their eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Finally, I'll get to witness the legendary and incredibly mysterious Pengyun auction. I really want to go and see for myself what's so special about the Pengyun merchant ship that Wanbage has described as miraculous. With this thought in mind, everyone got up and flew towards the direction of the Pengyun merchant ship. As we approached the Pengyun merchant ship, we looked up at the enormous gray vortex that was suspended in the air. That must be the teleportation array to enter the Pengyun merchant ship. People have some understanding of Pengyun merchant shipping. However, upon seeing the teleportation array, everyone did not act immediately but waited quietly in place. It should be understood that compared to the southern regions, The Western regions are more ruthless and have a clearer understanding of the importance of strength above all else. Everyone was in complete agreement about who would be the first to enter the Pengyun auction. Only after the high-level cultivators entered did they begin to take action. However, compared to these people, those who came to participate in the auction using the Pengyun Token were already waiting inside. For example, Xian Hong, who was sitting on the 4th floor, curiously observing. This was his first time attending the Pengyun auction, and he was incredibly excited. Now that the ancestor's condition has stabilized, some of the burdens on his mind have been relieved. He came to the Pengyun auction to broaden his horizons. After emptying the clan's treasury, the Shenming Illusion Whale clan currently has no extra resources to participate in the auction. Zhou Yun, sitting on the top floor of the auction house, frowned slightly as he looked down at the cultivators arriving below. This Pengyun auction may have had the fewest participants to date. Because Pengyun auction has no entry requirements, many cultivators come to participate each time. Even though most of them are at the qi refining or foundation establishment stage, they still create a lively atmosphere for the auction. Therefore, Zhou Yun would have Yutong release a bit of the spiritual energy of the treasures at each auction, so that these low-level cultivators could gain some benefits. Looking down at the hundreds of people bustling about on the 1st floor below, Zhou Yun sighed. It seems that the situation in the Western regions is more serious than I imagined. The cultivators in the Western regions have no freedom. They are essentially spiritual materials kept in captivity by the 3 major Buddhist sections. It is said that even those who want to cultivate are subject to strict control. If you are lucky, you might be able to retain your consciousness and become a member of the faction after being planted with the Buddha seed. Although they would lose their freedom and be controlled by Buddhism, at least they would avoid becoming mere resources for cultivation. Zhou Yun's gaze swept across the entire venue. There were probably 5 Mahayana cultivators present at this Pengyun auction. Besides the familiar Xian Hong, the other Mahayana cultivator should belong to the Western region's Wanbage. His gaze lingered on the other 3 bald Mahayana practitioners for a few seconds. They do look quite righteous, but I wonder what kind of truth this Buddhist sect practices. Zhou Yun couldn't help but let out a sneer. Meanwhile, at the start of the Pengyun auction, in the space where the Buddha's embryo was being nurtured, inside the black lotus bud, an infant-like outline is slowly taking shape. Suddenly, a deep red glint flashed in his eyes, filled with doubt. He felt the 3 spiritual imprints rooted in his body suddenly dim. From the moment he gained consciousness, he knew that these 3 spiritual imprints, like maggots clinging to his bones, had been trying to invade his spiritual sea. It also served as a surveillance tool, keeping a clear eye on one's every move. So much so that when he used the ripening technique before, he had to be very careful to avoid arousing the attention of the owner of the spiritual imprint. But now those 3 marks were actually blocked. He could clearly sense that the gaze surrounding him had disappeared, and he could no longer perceive his current situation, as if they were in 2 different spaces and dimensions. Looking at the fading mark, he had no idea what had happened. Although he didn't know the reason, he couldn't possibly miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Overwhelmed with excitement, the entire lotus plant trembled slightly. Immediately, he stopped hiding his actions and began frantically activating the secret technique. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, rushing towards the black lotus bud like a tidal wave. The blood pool below also boiled, and the blood-red roots wriggled wildly, sending nutrients upward. Such commotion and strange phenomena naturally attracted the attention of the guards. The 6 integrated Buddhist cultivators simultaneously showed expressions of shock and looked up at the black lotus above the blood pool. The 6 people looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. They had never encountered such a scene before and had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion in the Buddha's womb? Someone asked. The others couldn't answer either, and they started arguing. Have no idea. Could it be that a Buddha's child is about to be born? Impossible. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this fast. And there were no signs at all beforehand. The key issue is that the Buddha isn't here. One relatively calm person stepped forward to take charge of the situation. That's enough. Return to normal immediately and activate the 9 revolutions lotus formation to its maximum effect. With someone in charge, everyone began to take action, going to their respective positions and beginning to pour Buddhist power into them. Instantly, 9 golden rays shot into the sky, radiating dazzling golden light, enveloping the space within, and releasing a powerful Buddhist and Taoist pressure, suppressing the black lotus at the center. At the same time, the person who had spoken earlier spoke again. Quickly contact your own Buddha. The Buddha's disciple has acted strangely. Return immediately. While maintaining the operation of the formation, the 6 people began frantically sending messages to their Buddha. But the message disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. The expressions on the faces of the 6 people gradually became serious. The coincidence is too great. The Buddha's child was born just when the Buddha was not around. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like an accident. Chapter 138 Heavenly Level Cultivation Technique. The Sumeru Myriad Manifestation Scripture. Inside the Pengyun auction house, Yu Tong is introducing the opening items of the auction. A mid-grade heaven-level cultivation technique, the Sumeru Myriad Phenomena Scripture. This cultivation technique was originally only a mid-grade earth-level technique, but Zhou Yun enhanced it to a heaven-level technique. It must have been a spoil of war that the Xianming Illusion Whale clan obtained from somewhere in the past. Although the Sumeru Myriad Phenomena Sutra is a superior Buddhist cultivation method, it will not conflict with one's own cultivation method. On the contrary, it can help Buddhist practitioners to assist in their cultivation. There are 3 levels in total. Phase 1. Sumeru's Intention. It can enable Buddhist practitioners to abandon worldly thoughts and distractions, and maintain a clear mind. It can condense the Buddhist insights they usually gain into their bodies, allowing them to continuously transform and grow stronger, and then erupt when needed. The burst of thought in that instant can give Buddhist practitioners a chance to enter a state of enlightenment and comprehend the truth of Buddhism. Phase 2. All things return to the heart. Buddhist practitioners perceive the myriad aspects of the world and summarize them in their hearts. They can use the meaning of all phenomena to construct their own myriad worlds within their spiritual sea. At this time, Buddhist practitioners can choose to hide their original understanding of the laws they cultivate within these myriad phenomena, which can shield them to a certain extent from the influence of the heavenly Tao or karma on themselves. The 3rd stage. All things in the universe. Buddhist practitioners can control all things and use them to enhance their own spells, freeing them from attribute limitations and allowing them to perfectly integrate their Buddhist power to unleash even more powerful attacks. After listening to Yu Tong's introduction to the Sumeru Myriad Manifestation Sutra, all the cultivators looked at the jade stone of the cultivation technique, which was shimmering with dazzling golden light, with shining eyes. One could only sigh inwardly that it truly lived up to its reputation as a heavenly level cultivation technique, one that allowed cultivators to directly reach the immortal realm. Its effects were indeed extraordinary. Some of the visiting monks felt it was a pity. This technique is clearly most suitable for Buddhist practitioners, and an idea involuntarily came to mind. That explains why Pengyun Auction House chose this Buddhist cultivation manual as its first item for auction. Could there be Buddhist practitioners present, or is the Pengyun Auction House located in the western regions? The crowd became increasingly convinced that their guess was correct, and they had just noticed that there were unusually few people attending the Pengyun auction today. If it really is in the western regions, then what is the situation in the western regions? Are Buddhist practitioners really that rare? From the very first item at the auction, they also discovered a unique characteristic of the Pengyun merchant ship. That means that in each different place, appropriate auction items will be selected based on the local conditions. It seems that the recent Pengyun auction was a special event for Buddhist practitioners. Fortunately, they were just there to watch the fun. Let's just watch these Buddhist monks from the western regions compete. The most excited people present were undoubtedly the 3 Mahayana Buddhas sitting on the 4th floor. Tianchon Buddha was even more grateful for his decision back then. I really made the right choice coming to the Pengyun auction. Excellent. What a wonderful all things return to the heart technique. Tianquan Buddha looked at the technique, his beard trembling with excitement. The three great Buddhas of the Western regions today all reached their current level through unorthodox cultivation. Without a tremendous stroke of luck, their cultivation path in this lifetime is almost over, which is why they are so eager to enter the central region. Only in the more expansive and resource-rich central region is there a slight possibility of finding a way to solve its own problems. But none of them expected that the first item at the Pengyun auction would be a cultivation technique that could contain their own techniques. As long as they could incorporate their own flawed techniques into one of the myriad phenomena, they would be able to achieve their goal. By discarding the constraints and influences of the heavenly Tao on oneself, one can continue on the path of the great Tao. However, after the initial joy, Tianquan Buddha's heart gradually became solemn. If you can figure something out, the other two guys couldn't possibly miss it. Sigh, let's fight. I won't give up. The three Buddhas appeared peaceful on the surface, but in reality, none of them yielded to the others. Since everyone's strength is similar, disputes rarely break out as long as the current balance cannot be broken. Yu Tong's gaze swept over the crowd. The auction house was too quiet today. She still missed the lively atmosphere in the southern region. However, she also knew that this was due to reasons specific to the western regions themselves. The auction began immediately. The starting price for the heavenly grade mid-level cultivation technique, the myriad manifestations of Sumeru, is 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be increased by at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The auction is now open. Bang! The sound of the auctioneer's gavel falling echoed through the air. Bidding noises began to rise from below. 11 million. 12 million. 13 million. Hearing the bidding below, Tianquan Buddha sat calmly, turning the prayer beads in his hand. Everything is just beginning. His main competitors are only the other two Buddhas at the same level. The rest are not worth worrying about. Xian Hong, the patriarch of the Xianming Illusion Whale clan, is also on the fourth floor. He was also watching the entire auction with great interest. This was his first time attending the Pengyun auction, and everything that happened was incredibly novel to him. If it weren't for his Pengyun Token, which allowed him to enter the 9th level of the exchange and witness the numerous treasures within, he would have been completely different. They must be shocked that a heaven-level cultivation technique appeared at Pengyun auction. His thoughts gradually wandered, and he thought of the 9th grade mid-level Xianming Illusion Whale Pearl in the 9th floor of the exchange tower. That was a treasure he coveted. With it, he was 100% certain he could advance to the 9th level. Now that the ancestor's problem has been resolved, he can finally start thinking about his own cultivation level. I've also been looking for ways to make money quickly lately. There's no clue yet. Meanwhile, the auction price for the heavenly level cultivation technique, Sumeru Myriad Manifestation Scripture, has reached 300 million high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Tianquan Buddha made the first move. They directly increased the price by 100 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Many of those who are still practicing the union of Buddhism have a look of resentment on their faces. But there was no other way. The Buddhas had planted the seeds of Buddhism in their minds, leaving them with no ability to resist. Their only advantage over other Buddhist practitioners is that they don't have to become cultivation material. As long as one acts dutifully on behalf of the Buddha and does not have one's own selfish motives, one can comprehend the truth of Buddhism and share in its prosperity with the Buddha. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. 3 billion high-grade spirit stones. 40 billion high-grade spirit stones. Hearing such a frenzied bidding, some cultivators from the southern region who had come via the Pengyun Token were astonished. These bold monks from the western regions are really rich. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems the southern region is truly impoverished. No wonder the Pengyun merchant ships were in such a hurry to leave. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to possess the Pengyun Token. Otherwise, there might not have been another chance to join in the fun at the Pengyun auction. These two lunatics. Tianquan Buddha cursed under his breath. Although the current situation was expected, he still wanted to curse. When we meet, we always say that we should unite and not just focus on the Western regions, but work together to create a Buddhist and Taoist paradise in the central region. When faced with opportunities related to themselves, they finally revealed their true colors, and neither of them wanted to back down. The Buddha Tianquan's face was contorted with rage, devoid of his usual compassionate smile, as he shouted, 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 139, A Fleeting Opportunity. Tianquan Buddha didn't know if he could ultimately win, but at least he couldn't let the other two get it easily. This was only the first item at the Pengyun auction, so you can imagine how precious the final, highlight item must be. Only by squeezing the opponent dry in the early stages can you have a chance to get the final, most important item. However, it is important to strike a balance in this process. 111 billion, 12 billion, 13 billion. After another bid, Tianquan Buddha remained silent, quietly watching the auction continue. Regardless of who ultimately obtains this heaven-level cultivation technique, he has already won. He had gained a significant advantage in the subsequent auctions. The three of them had been in close contact for many years, and they were very clear about each other's wealth. Moreover, for this mid-grade heavenly-level cultivation technique, more than 10 billion high-grade spirit stones had reached the limit. Continuing to argue might get you into trouble, and you'll end up losing more than you gain. Since he had the idea of dragging the other two down with him, it's likely that the other party had the same plan. They know each other fairly well, but their hearts are both black. This is the color of Buddha's heart. Ultimately, the mid-grade heavenly realm cultivation technique, the Sumeru Myriad Phenomena Sutra, was acquired by the Buddha of the Pure Land of Rebirth for 15 billion high-grade spirit stones. With a radiant smile, she began to announce, "Bang! Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on acquiring the heaven-grade mid-level cultivation technique, the Sumeru Myriad Phenomena Scripture, for 15 billion high-grade spirit stones." After the first item was sold, the atmosphere at the auction became very quiet and silent. The cultivators who came in with the Pengyun Token to watch the commotion also sensed the strange atmosphere. This Pengyun auction not only had fewer participants, but the atmosphere was also exceptionally heavy, lacking the liveliness of the one held in the southern region. This is really upsetting. A group of cultivators from the southern region gathered together and whispered among themselves. What's going on? Aren't these people discussing this at all? I don't know, but something just feels off. If this Pengyun auction is really in the western regions, then what kind of place is the western regions? What's there to discuss? Maybe this is what Buddhist practice is all about. It involves reciting scriptures and chanting Buddha's name, and abstaining from greed and anger. Everyone agreed that this made perfect sense. Since Buddhist practitioners were able to open up a new path of cultivation, it must have its unique aspects. They, as outsiders, did not quite understand it, but they had to respect it. The western regions are a much more prosperous cultivation ground than their southern regions. Nature has its own inherent advantages. After completing the transaction, Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on the smiling, chubby face of the Buddha of Rebirth for a few more seconds, a peculiar meaning in his eyes. The balance is starting to break. Zhou Yun muttered to himself. Uncle Zhou, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Young master, what balance?" A smile played on Zhou Yun's lips as he said in a low voice, "Of course it's about maintaining the balance in the western regions. After this auction, one of these three great Buddhas will definitely be anxious." Uncle Zhou nodded thoughtfully, not quite understanding, but he would keep what the young master said in mind. "Young master, have some tea." Zhou Yun took the tea, smelled the enticing aroma, and glanced at the two monks, one with an eerie and handsome face and the other with a white beard. He had carefully considered what items to offer at this Pengyun auction, and finally decided to offer a heaven-level cultivation technique and the final golden relic. Of the three Buddhas from the western regions, only two will ultimately obtain the treasure. What choice will the remaining one make? That's really hard to guess. At this moment, Yutong also took out the second item of the auction. It was a futon that was entirely reddish gold in color, with dark patterns engraved all over it. No need for Yu Tong to explain further. Just one look is enough to know its function. It's just a butt cushion, isn't it? However, everyone knows that items that can be auctioned at Pengyun auction house must be of high quality and have remarkable effects. Although it's a buttock cushion, it could also be one that allows the buttocks to connect directly to the brain, making a cultivator feel refreshed and invigorated. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, Yu Tong had already gotten used to it. There was no need to worry about the atmosphere at auctions held in the western regions. The item introduction began immediately. The 7th grade superior acquired magic treasure, Bodhi Wisdom Light Futon, has only 2 main effects. Yu Tong spoke calmly and steadily, without any emotion in her voice. First, it calms the mind and eliminates distractions. The meditation cushion can emit a gentle and calming Buddhist light, which can remove the distracting thoughts in the mind of a cultivator or Buddhist practitioner and accelerate the cultivation speed. Secondly, it enlightens the mind and increases wisdom. The futon contains a wisp of Bodhi wisdom light. When cultivators or Buddhist practitioners sit and cultivate on it, they can not only nourish their mind and spirit, but also gain enlightenment on the Tao or Buddhist teachings, and have a certain chance of entering a state of sudden enlightenment. The auction will now begin. A 7th grade superior acquired magic treasure, Bodhi Wisdom Light Futon. Starting price is 10 million superior spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1 million superior spirit stones. Auction begins. Bang! After the gavel fell, the room was completely silent. This time, no one placed a bid. How embarrassing. Should I call out to support Pengyun auction? The cultivators from the southern region looked on with a hint of confusion at the quiet atmosphere. This western region Buddhist cultivator has such strong willpower. Faced with a 7th tier acquired magic weapon, isn't he even a little tempted? After waiting for a while, some cultivators began to bid hesitantly. They felt that it was only a 7th order acquired magic weapon, and even the Buddhas probably wouldn't be interested in it. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. The price increase was very slow, and some Buddhist monks were very cautious and secretive when bidding. Zhou Yun was so angry at the ridiculous scene that he laughed. Under the suppression of the 3 Buddhas, the Buddhist cultivators in the western regions have lost the vigor that a cultivator should have. Young master, are you dissatisfied with the auction? Uncle Zhou noticed Zhou Yun's mood and asked. His gaze fell upon the auction below, his brow furrowed. He already knew that the Buddhist cultivators in the western regions lived a life of misery, but he did not expect that even with the protection of the Pengyun auction house, these Buddhist cultivators would still behave so poorly. They have completely lost their ambition and are constantly showing their respect and submission to Buddha. Hearing Uncle Zhou's words, Zhou Yun shook his head. No, it's completely understandable that they behave this way. After all, the Buddha seed has been planted in their spiritual sea, and they are constantly under the surveillance of Mahayana Buddhist practitioners. Zhou Yun looked down at the bustling Buddhist cultivators below and saw a hint of struggle flash across their faces or eyes. A smile appeared on his face. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank the tea in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yun placed the teacup on the table. He felt that these Buddhist cultivators had not completely given up resisting. They were probably looking for a slim chance to break free from control. An opportunity? Then let me give it to you. Chapter 140 Blood Lotus. The terrifying reverse lotus devouring Buddha body. As the saying goes, the antidote will surely be found within 7 steps. And the method to break free from the mental control of the Buddha seed should also be found in the western regions. It seems the results of the batch of Pengyun tokens I sent out in the western regions will be coming soon. Once this auction is over, I'll be able to see for myself what the Buddhist monks from the western regions can offer in exchange. He was extremely curious about the 3 famous treasures of the western regions. As the Pengyun auction was being held, the Buddha's embryo on the other side finally matured. At this moment, the 6 Buddhist monks were doing their best to maintain the operation of the 9-turn lotus array, sitting cross-legged on the ground and chanting difficult Buddhist scriptures. Unfortunately, these Buddhist practitioners all practiced heretical and unorthodox methods. They were not born into the orthodox lineage, and their bloodlines were impure. This has significantly weakened the power of Buddhist scriptures, which were originally very effective in suppressing evil spirits and defilement. The outermost petals of the black lotus have already bloomed, emitting an eerie black-red aura of Buddhist power. Inside the flower bud, an infant with closed eyes and snow-white skin sits cross-legged. A beautiful dark red lotus flower is drawn on its forehead, and blood-red lines spread from the lotus flower, covering the infant's entire body. With each breath, a powerful energy enters his body. The slowly writhing, blood-red patterns looked even more sinister. Click. A sound of roots cracking rang out. The 6 guardian Buddhist cultivators simultaneously opened their eyes and looked at the blood-red roots beneath the lotus, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. Things were developing too fast. Even though they tried various methods to delay the birth of the Buddha's embryo, the effect was not significant. Click, click, click. The cracking sound continued, and the black lotus petals slowly unfolded. The black lotus emitted a dazzling, distorted black-red light, and the surrounding pale red mist became even deeper in color, accompanied by a sweet, bloody smell. Sweet. The moment the idea popped into their minds, the 6 of them exchanged glances and noticed that each other's eyes were bloodshot and their brows held a hint of madness. One of the clear-headed people shouted, "Hold your breath and concentrate, protect your body with the Buddha's light, and don't let the strange occurrence of the Buddha's birth affect your mind." Everyone quickly complied, not daring to relax even slightly. The awkward Buddhist scriptures echoed throughout the space once again, and the golden Buddhist light was barely resisting the erosion of the black and red light. Now the 6 of them are one. If someone really loses control because of the Buddha's womb, the already difficult situation will become even more chaotic. Time passed slowly. The 6 had originally planned to hold out until the Buddha returned, but now it seemed they might not be able to wait that long. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black lotuses bloomed in full glory, and a surge of black and red energy surged outwards like ocean waves, continuously crashing against the formation. The 6 people looked terrified. They knew the situation outside was dire without even opening their eyes. The immense force emanating from within the formation was constantly draining their Buddhist power. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on the foreheads of the 6 people, and their faces turned extremely pale. Even with the aid of formations, they found it quite difficult to resist this extraordinary phenomenon of the birth of a unique species. Logically, the birth of a Buddha embryo should have been suppressed by 3 Mahayana Buddhas using array formations, but now it's the 6 cultivators at the integration realm who are in charge, making the difficulty level skyrocket. Now, it's all up to fate. An infant enveloped in crimson mist appeared above the lotus platform. As the light shimmered, the infant rapidly grew, eventually transforming into a handsome monk dressed in a black robe. The black robe was adorned with exquisite blood-red patterns, the most striking of which was the dark red lotus flower between his brows. Blood-red patterns spread out from between his brows, and the 3 blood-red patterns on his cheeks added to his eerie appearance. The young man opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 6 people maintaining the formation, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. His eyes held an undisguised greed, as if he were looking at a table full of delicious food. The next moment, a wicked smile flashed across his face, and his figure disappeared from the spot, while a black and red light crashed into the formation. Boom! After the explosion, the young man looked at the unaffected formation and stood there, frowning in thought. He was just born, and because he matured early using a secret method to accelerate his growth, his development was not perfect, and his current strength was only around the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The commotion here naturally alerted the 6 nascent soul Buddhist cultivators, who immediately activated the formation to suppress it. Lotus Spirit Lock, open. A golden lotus phantom appeared in the sky, and as the lotus petals burst open, they turned into a sky full of golden light. Splash, splash, splash. A piercing sound of chains grinding together rang out as 9 golden chains shot out from the void, like 9 roaring golden dragons, madly biting at the youth. In an instant, it bit his limbs and torso, enveloping him tightly. At this moment, the 6 guardian Buddhist cultivators slowly opened their eyes, looked at each other, and a hint of relief flashed in their eyes. Although they didn't know why the Buddha embryo's cultivation level was only at the nascent soul stage, it was undoubtedly a good thing for them. The group wiped the sweat from their foreheads, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Once Buddha returns, this matter will be resolved. But before they could recover, the 6 of them felt the Buddhist power within their bodies rapidly draining away. Looking in the direction of the draining Buddhist power, they saw that the aura of the young man within the formation was rapidly increasing. Mid-nascent soul stage, mid-nascent soul perfection stage, late nascent soul stage. The 6 people looked terrified, and one of them exclaimed in shock, "What kind of monster is this?" Monster. These words reached the ears of the young monk, causing him to ponder. Looking down at the black lotus platform beneath him, he slowly said, "You can call me Blood Lotus." Upon hearing Xuelian's words, the 6 people's gazes fell on the black lotus platform, their faces full of doubt. It's clearly black, so why give it such a name? However, this is not the time to think about that. In just this short moment, the aura on Blood Lotus has already risen to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. If they don't find a solution, all 6 of them will become nourishment for each other. They couldn't understand how this newly born Buddha embryo could possess such heaven-defying abilities. However, their Buddha should be able to give them the answer. If the reverse lotus devouring the Buddha's body had not been recorded in ancient scriptures as possessing immense power, why would the 3 Mahayana Buddhas have spent nearly 10,000 years cultivating it? Only those that demonstrate such extraordinary abilities are worth nurturing. One can guess a bit from the name that this physique can absorb Buddhist light and power and turn them into its own, and all the power related to Buddhism can become nourishment for its growth. The person who created the reverse lotus devouring Buddha body originally intended to use it against Buddhist cultivators. Chapter 141, The Grand Finale. The 9th Tier Relic. Bang! Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on acquiring the 7th grade superior acquired magic treasure, the Bodhi Wisdom Heart Futon, for the price of 6 billion superior grade spirit stones. Yu Tong announced the final auction results. With the ownership of the 2nd auctioned item confirmed, the auction for the 3rd item then began. These 3 items are mostly 7th tier magic treasures or spiritual medicines, which have limited effect on Mahayana cultivators. Of course, this was Zhou Yun's deliberate choice. He was waiting for the grand finale to appear so he could see a spectacular show. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Lotus space, Blood Lotus, bound by golden chains, showed no sign of panic. Strands of dark red and blood red lines spread along the chains, clinging to the surface of the formation and wriggling slowly like living things, causing fine cracks to appear on the originally golden formation. Everyone who saw this was filled with terror, and their Buddhist power drained away even faster. As the aura emanating from the Blood Lotus grew increasingly terrifying, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer. He said, trembling, "What should we do? Please think of something." The others also wore solemn expressions. They knew that if they didn't find a solution quickly, all 6 of them would eventually be absorbed. Cut off. Finally, a deep, calm voice rang out. They still have some power to resist. Even if the formation breaks and the Blood Lotus breaks free, they still have a chance to escape with their combined cultivation. However, if the current predicament continues, and they are constantly depleting their Buddhist power while the Blood Lotus is rapidly increasing its strength, then they will truly have no chance of escaping. The group exchanged glances, all knowing that this was the best solution at the moment. What will happen to Blood Lotus after it escapes? They don't think about that anymore. Boom! As the Buddha's power was severed, the 9-turn lotus array shattered with a deafening roar, transforming into a sky full of golden light that dissipated into the air. Hee. Blood Lotus stretched her body, her gaze sweeping greedily over the 6 people. Feeling the gaze of the Blood Lotus, everyone couldn't help but shiver. The fear that came from the depths of their hearts made them stand up and retreat. But a black and red light was even faster, and before the 6 people could react, the Blood Lotus had already entered one of their bodies. Instantly, the person let out a painful howl, fell to the ground and rolled around. The Buddhist light on his body quickly dimmed, and his flesh began to visibly dry out. Ah. Help me, help me. His body twitched slightly, and his life gradually faded away. His last instinct for survival led him to reach out his withered hand, pleading for help from the others. However, the terrifying scene before them completely terrified them. A nascent soul cultivator with a cultivation level similar to theirs had died so easily right before their eyes. They would never have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Even though they had witnessed more brutal ways of dying in the western regions and had tortured and killed other Buddhist practitioners, none of that had happened to them personally. Only when something truly befalls them can they truly understand the despair of being there. They watched as the figure of the blood lotus slowly condensed from the withered corpse. The five were so frightened that they dared not linger. They used secret techniques to fly away into the distance and disappeared from this space. All they wanted to do now was get out of this terrifying hell as soon as possible. They had long forgotten about their mission. As for how Buddha will punish him in the end, that's a matter for later. Blood Lotus appeared, looked at the Buddhist cultivator who had already disappeared, and did not pursue him. He was born not long ago and his foundation was already unstable. He had just devoured so much mixed Buddhist power and the entirety of a Buddhist practitioner's power. Now that his cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, the aura emanating from his body appears chaotic and unstable, and he urgently needs to find a secluded place to stabilize and compress the Buddhist power within his body. His gaze swept around the space, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. In any case, this is the place that has nurtured him for thousands of years. His figure flickered and landed on the Black Lotus platform, which should be considered his companion treasure. Unfortunately, you are not perfect either, just like me, but this is our only choice. Blood Lotus stroked the lotus platform beneath her and sighed. The figure disappeared into the world. Logically speaking, the birth of extraordinary treasures and rare species should involve undergoing tribulations, which are a test and recognition from the heavenly Tao. However, the Blood Lotus was only created by him using a secret method, and it was not as powerful as the reverse lotus devouring the Buddha's body, recorded in the ancient scriptures. In fact, without any heaven-defying opportunity, Mahayana was his limit. The reverse lotus devouring Buddha body was highly regarded by the three Mahayana Buddhas, who considered it a powerful weapon for invading the central region. If it hadn't been born ahead of schedule, how could it have been so simple? However, just as Blood Lotus said, he had no other choice. This was his only chance in 10,000 years to escape control. Everything has its gains and losses. The fourth auction at Pengyun Auction House has just concluded. Everyone is waiting for the final, grand finale item to appear. However, Tianchon Buddha's expression was not good. Apart from the first item, the other three items were not of much use to Mahayana cultivators. He felt that he had had too high expectations for Pengyun auction. If the last item is far less valuable than the first, then the Pengyun Auction House is truly a name without substance. He now deeply regrets it. He should have tried to seize the Sumeru Wanxiong Sutra instead. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared ahead, blinding him. He seemed to hear countless Buddhas whispering beside him, and profound and complex Buddhist teachings echoed in his mind, gradually calming his chaotic thoughts. When the golden light dissipated, looking up, one could see a fist-sized golden bead on the auction stage, its surface covered with dense golden Buddhist patterns. When I gazed intently, it was as if I saw many Buddhist truths presented before my eyes. This is. Tianchon Buddha exclaimed in surprise, his face full of shock. He stood up excitedly. That most original and purest Buddha light is something that Buddhist practitioners who have risen through shortcuts cannot possess. This is a true Buddha relic that can only be left after the passing of a nine-tiered Buddha, containing the most primordial Buddha nature. With the appearance of the Buddha relic, the Buddha seed, planted in the bodies of the Buddhist practitioners who were bathed in Buddha's light, showed signs of loosening. Many Buddhist practitioners showed excitement, as the Buddha seed, planted in their bodies since childhood, was taking over and controlling their bodies. This prevented them from having any extra thoughts, and now, for the first time, This thing has shown unusual activity. How could we not excite them? Although it still couldn't solve their problems, it made them realize that they had a chance to break free from control. In the past, they had been blindly searching for that elusive opportunity. This undoubtedly reinforces their belief that the opportunity they have been searching for has finally arrived. Chapter 142: The Powerful Effects of Relics. The most excited people at the scene were none other than the three Mahayana Buddhas. However, after the initial excitement, the smile on the face of the Buddha of Rebirth disappeared. He had been secretly pleased that he had won the auction for the Sutra of Myriad Phenomena. As a result, a large Buddha relic has now been discovered. He is now at a disadvantage compared to the other two. But then I thought about it again, and realized that only one person could ultimately obtain this Buddha relic, and one of the three of them would eventually leave empty-handed. He was definitely not the unlucky one. Thinking of this, the smile on the Buddha's plump face became even brighter. He simply closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and waited for the show to begin. Yutong saw that the cultivators below had finally reacted, and a hint of joy flashed across her face. That's how it should be. With a smile on his face, he ran his fingertips over the golden beads and slowly introduced. This is a Buddhist relic left behind by a Buddhist cultivator who had transcended tribulation and passed away. It can also be called a Great Buddha relic, and its grade has reached the 9th level, low grade. Its main effects are threefold. First, it directly enhances the strength of Buddhist cultivators. The relics contain immense primordial Buddhist power, which is comparable to a 9th grade elixir for Buddhist cultivators. It is one of the best auxiliary items for breaking through tribulations. This time, there was finally some activity at the scene, but most of the visitors were just curious onlookers from outside the area. They looked longingly at the golden beads on the auction stage. Pengyun Auction House has brought out some real treasures. Yes, back in the southern region, the highest level was only mid-grade 8th rank. There's nothing we can do. The highest level of cultivation in the southern region is only at the refinement stage. Fortunately, we have the Pengyun Token, and I believe we will be able to see even more advanced items at the Pengyun auction in the future. Everyone was lost in thought, but there was one idea that no one voiced. Would a celestial grade item appear? Unlike the onlookers, the three Mahayana Buddhas could no longer suppress their inner turmoil and looked at the auction stage with greedy expressions. Even the deceased Buddha, who had already planned to remain a bystander and watch the show unfold, couldn't help but gaze enviously at the Buddha's relics. He now deeply regrets it. Although that heaven-level cultivation technique was excellent, it couldn't help him advance and transcend tribulations. Moreover, all three Buddhas are at the late Mahayana stage. If any of them obtains the Buddha's relic, their strength will inevitably improve rapidly, and they may eventually be controlled by the other party. At that time, they will probably not be able to keep this heaven-level cultivation technique. Tianchon Buddha was sitting in his room, laughing heartily. He had made the right bet. By decisively giving up when bidding on a heaven-level cultivation technique, one is essentially betting everything on the final item up for auction. Fortunately, he came to the Pengyun auction in person. Otherwise, these treasures would probably have been divided up by the other two, and then there would probably be no place for his Tianchon temple in this vast western region. He was determined to obtain this great Buddha relic. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a handsome monk quietly left the auction house. Zhou Yun glanced at the departing Mahayana monk, and sensed the strong aura of desire emanating from him. He figured that the monk must be the Buddha of bliss. Oh, are you planning to take a gamble? Zhou Yun didn't impose too many restrictions on whether people could come and go. Why bother with so many rules? Pengyun Auction House is very free. Uncle Zhou also glanced down. This is the capital of the Pure Land of Bliss, the headquarters of the Buddha of Bliss. I suppose they're going back to move their treasure vault. I guessed it. Zhou Yun nodded. It seems that the final item will be obtained by the joyful Buddha, Uncle Zhou said in a deep voice. Zhou Yun picked up the teacup on the table and said in a low voice, "That's not necessarily true." Seeing Uncle Zhou's puzzled expression, Zhou Yun simply shook his head. Yu Tong's voice rang out again from below. It seems everyone is very satisfied with the first effect, so I think the second effect will not disappoint either. At this point, Yu Tong's eyes swept over the crowd with a slightly meaningful look. The voice was deep and powerful as it said, "It can make up for deficiencies. If some cultivators or Buddhist practitioners advance through secret techniques, pills, or other quick methods, resulting in an unstable foundation, then this Buddha relic can merge with you, giving you a profound foundation comparable to the 9th rank." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the Buddhist practitioners present couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions all cultivated through improper means, and none of them had an unstable foundation, not even the Buddha himself. Yes, their foundation in Buddhism is indeed unstable. At this moment, Tianchon Buddha was so excited that his face was flushed, and his beard, which had been hanging down on his chest, stood up. He truly understands the problem of an unstable foundation. In recent years, I've always felt weak and my body has become much softer. A marvel, a true marvel. Tianchon Buddha had already begun to daydream about the wonderful time he would experience, rejuvenated by consuming the Buddha's relics, and how he would surely be able to stand tall again. Take down those two brats, the Buddha of rebirth and the Buddha of joy. Looking at the relics on the auction stage, my mouth was practically watering. After waiting a moment, Yu Tong began to explain the third effect. His gaze fell upon the Buddha relic, and he reached out to hold it between his hands, speaking slowly. "I'm sure everyone has seen the Buddhist patterns on the surface of this relic, but I wonder if anyone has noticed the golden Buddhist image inside." Upon hearing Yu Tong's words, everyone focused their attention and saw a faint golden Buddha figure sitting inside, though it was rather inconspicuous compared to the dazzling Buddha patterns. However, as they focused their attention, the familiar Buddhist chants rang in their ears once again, clearing their minds and bringing forth a multitude of profound mysteries related to Buddhism. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Yu Tong put the Buddha relic back, a hint of a smile in her eyes. He said softly, "I think everyone has already gained a deep understanding of the third effect. The third benefit is to help everyone understand spiritual practice. The Buddha relic is formed when a Buddha practices meditation and then burns his own body with karmic fire, gathering all the original essence of the Buddha who has survived the tribulations. It is the purest and cleanest, without cause and effect or the will of predecessors. It is simply the most original collection of Buddhist and Taoist practices. Its purpose is to help Buddhist practitioners point out the way forward and understand their true nature." Hearing Yu Tong's introduction, even though Zhou Yun had many grievances about the Western regions, he still had great respect for the Buddhist cultivators who could leave behind relics. Unfortunately, this relic was enhanced by him. It seems that there are no large Buddha statues in the Western regions now capable of producing relics. It can only be said that Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions are now on the wrong path. Shortcuts are easy to take, but the destination is hard to find. Tianchon Buddha wouldn't share Zhou Yun's sentiments. He was determined to take the shortcut and see it through to the end. He remembered that an ancient Buddha once said, "Any road becomes wider when more people walk on it." He wanted to bring all the Buddhist practitioners in the Western regions along with him. Walk out a path to heaven. Chapter 143 The Absent Joyful Buddha. Just then, Huanqi Buddha, who had just left the Pengyun auction and was planning to rush back to the Huanqi sect to empty its treasure vault, suddenly stopped in mid-air. "What's going on?" The Buddha of Joy looked down at the constantly flashing light of the communication jade talisman, a hint of doubt appearing on his handsome and otherworldly face. Such frequent information transmissions suggest that a major change has occurred. He waved his hand and channeled a stream of Buddhist power into the communication jade talisman. "Buddha, the Buddha's embryo is about to be born. Return immediately." "Buddha, we can't hold on much longer. The Buddha embryo is growing too fast." "Buddha, the Buddha's embryo is absorbing our Buddha power. Is there any way to stabilize the situation?" "Buddha." Upon hearing the anxious voice constantly ringing from the communication jade talisman, the originally calm expression of the joyful Buddha suddenly turned into one of fear. How could it be so fast? Logically speaking, a Buddha's child should take about 100 years to be born. Even the Buddha of Joy was momentarily at a loss. He knew more about the Buddha embryo than the 6 combined beings guarding it. It wasn't a true Buddhist or Taoist treasure, it was more like a demon embryo. The description of the reverse lotus devouring the Buddha's body in the ancient scriptures came to mind. The reverse lotus devours the Buddha's body, using the essence of Buddhist cultivation as nourishment for growth and the origin of Buddha nature as its breeding ground. Once born, it wreaks havoc on the region. Now that this thing has been born in the Western regions, it is truly a catastrophe for the entire Western regions. If one is not careful, even a Buddha with Mahayana cultivation could be implicated. The joyful Buddha's expression was solemn. Originally, the 3 of them thought they could use the secret method to control this weapon and make it a tool to help them enter the central region. But they ultimately underestimated the evil creature recorded in the ancient scriptures, allowing this powerful weapon to threaten them. Fortunately, the Buddha's child has just been born and its strength has not yet grown. Moreover, its premature birth must have had a serious impact on it. After calming down, the joyful Buddha quickly guessed the current situation. What I need to do now is to get my hands on the Buddha relic from the auction. Once I improve my strength, all dangers will be resolved. Looking back at the Pengyun auction house, he had received advance notice and was now determined to give it his all. He could foresee that the western regions would no longer be peaceful. However, a hint of suspicion flashed across his face as he glanced at the Pengyun auction house. He had a feeling that the Pengyun merchant ship had ill intentions, as they had attracted all 3 of them by holding just an auction. Its unique spatial characteristics shielded them from perception, providing the perfect conditions for the Buddha's disciples' escape. I must be overthinking it. Pengyun merchant ship doesn't know about the existence of the Buddha's child. It seems to be fate. The joyful Buddha shook his head. He closed his eyes, wanting to sense the spiritual imprint left in the Buddha's body. After a moment, the Buddha of Joy looked to the left front and frowned slightly, saying, "Very blurry, as expected of a Buddha's disciple." The Buddha of Joy withdrew his gaze and disappeared from the spot. For him, the auction items were the most important thing at the moment. As for the Buddha's disciple, let's figure out a solution together after the auction. A 9th grade low-rank Buddha relic, starting price is 1 billion high-rank spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100 million high-rank spirit stones. Auction begins. Bang! As the auction began, the room was eerily quiet. All the Buddhist cultivators from the western regions remained silent in perfect unison, for this was something they could not possibly covet or even touch. Its ultimate fate was already predetermined. The cultivators from the southern region, however, had no such concerns and began to discuss the matter amongst themselves. Incredible. A starting bid of 100 million high-grade spirit stones. You think it's not worth it? I never said that. It's just that I feel unworthy to enter the Pengyun auction house because I only have a few thousand low-grade spirit stones on me. TCH, you must be really poor. With the southern region in chaos, many cultivators who used to have Pengyun tokens are no longer cautious and have started making big money. Bro, what are some ways to make money? Tell me in detail. Let's talk in Pengyun space after the auction. There are too many people and too many eyes here. Although the conversation below didn't say much, it still caught the attention of Zhu Gong, Xian Hong, and the others. They desperately lack ways to make money. It seems I should visit Pengyun merchant ship more often in the future. After a long silence, Tianchon Buddha finally couldn't hold back and began bidding higher. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Those watching the spectacle could only marvel at the price, remarking that it truly lived up to its reputation as a 9th-tier item. The Buddha of Rebirth remained seated leisurely, knowing full well that he couldn't win the contest, so he simply adjusted his mindset and watched the show. However, a hint of greed still occasionally flashed in those smiling eyes, mainly because this Buddha relic was too important to the 3 Buddhas. However, to everyone's surprise, after the price of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, No one made another bid. The Buddha of Rebirth opened his eyes a little wider as he watched the auctioneer strike the first gavel on the auction stage. What's going on? Are those two plotting something? The Buddha of Rebirth asked in astonishment. Could something have gone wrong? He shifted his obese body and leaned forward slightly. I tentatively increased the price. 1.1 billion high-grade spirit stones. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. The competition finally began, much to everyone's relief when the auction gavel fell. They all thought the grand finale auction was over. That just means they're overthinking it. Even if the cultivators from the western regions dare not bid, aren't there still Xian Hong and others? They want to take away a 9th-tier relic for 10 billion high-grade spirit stones? Have they asked them beforehand? Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor, Xian Hong was also sighing. Sigh, I was quite excited at first, thinking I could snag a great deal. Although this 9th-tier Buddha relic is not very useful to him, it is not impossible to acquire it if the price is right. At least he can use it to exchange for the 9th-tier Xianming illusionary whale pearl in Pengyun merchant ship. He had already marked that item, and his main goal now was to acquire it and break through to the tribulation transcending realm. 151 billion. 160 billion. No sooner had they announced their price than another price came down. This left the Buddha of Rebirth completely bewildered, utterly unaware of the current situation. What's going on? I came here to watch the show, why am I bidding? The Buddha of Rebirth roared inwardly. There must have been some unexpected situation he was unaware of, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Although he could have chosen not to intervene, he was truly unwilling to let others obtain the Buddha's relics so easily. They still couldn't resist the allure of the Buddha's relics. The Buddha of Rebirth no longer acted secretly, displaying a reckless and determined expression. Then let's compete. At this moment, he looked exactly like a great Buddha from the western regions, his majestic appearance inspiring awe. 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. 300 billion high-grade spirit stones. 400 billion high-grade spirit stones. Just as the two were fiercely competing back and forth, a third person appeared. 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 144 Fierce Bidding. Extremely high prices. The sudden bidding silenced the room for a moment and surprised the onlookers. Unexpectedly, even when the auction was already so intense, cultivators still joined in. However, the Buddha of Rebirth couldn't help but feel relieved. That's more like it. I thought you two were plotting something or hiding something from me. The Buddha of Rebirth had been pondering this matter, thinking that he had been excluded by the other two. Despite the fact that the three of them worked together closely and were very close, he still felt like an outsider, which he couldn't stand. However, I'm not interested in watching the show anymore. Let's see who gets the Buddha relic based on our individual abilities. 110 billion. The auction continued, and the bidding among the three participants brought the Pengyun auction to its climax. The Buddha of Rebirth sits upright with his back ramrod straight. This is a competition among the three of them, a struggle for the great path of Buddhist cultivation in the western regions, and a competition that concerns the overall situation in the western regions. He knew in his heart that the Pengyun auction had shattered the peace that existed in the western regions. If you manage to obtain the Buddha's relics, you can eat meat and drink alcohol. If you don't, you might not even have the chance to drink soup. They might even have their hearts and souls ripped out by others. Upon imagining that scene, the Buddha of Rebirth dared not relax his vigilance any longer. 200 billion. 300 billion. The auction price skyrocketed, leaving the onlookers stunned and speechless. Even Xian Hong, who had seen the items on the 9th floor of the exchange tower, was dumbfounded. This is insane. This price is enough for me to buy a mid-grade 9th-tier Xianming illusion whale pearl. Xian Hong swallowed hard as he listened to the bidding noises around him. This Buddha relic is actually similar to the Xianming illusionary whale pearl. Fortunately, the Xianming illusion whale pearl only has miraculous effects on their Xianming illusion whale clan. Otherwise, if the Pengyun merchant ship were to put it up for auction, who knows how fierce the competition would be. Tisk. Upon hearing that the price had reached 500 billion, Shen Hong couldn't help but marvel at how Pengyun merchant ships had chosen its auction venue. This was merely a low-grade 9th Order Buddha relic, yet it fetched an astronomical price at auction. It seems that only in the Western regions, a Buddhist country, could such a strong attraction be generated. Shen Hong was only half right. The other half was closely related to the current situation in the Western regions. This hellish place, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme, will inevitably lead to a fate for those whose cultivation is inferior to others. Therefore, this relic is not only about the opportunity to advance and transcend tribulations, but also something that threatens the lives of the other two. Zhou Yun is quite satisfied with the current price. With a faint smile on his face, he knew that this golden relic was a seed he had planted in the Western regions, one that would eventually take root and sprout. Young master, shouldn't this price be the limit? Uncle Zhou asked, looking down at the long silence below. Zhou Yun smiled, picked up the teacup on the table, and slowly savored it. The real show has only just begun, Zhou Yun said softly, glancing mockingly at the three bald monks. Uncle Zhou was somewhat puzzled. He usually manages the Pengyun merchant ship, so he is naturally familiar with the prices of items in the exchange tower. Although items inside the exchange tower are several times more expensive than outside, even a low-grade 9th-tier treasure inside the exchange tower would only cost around 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. The price of this 9th-grade low-level Buddha relic has now reached 500 billion high-grade spirit stones, several times higher. But the young master's expression was so calm, as if he had anticipated that something unexpected would happen. Uncle Zhou didn't ask any further questions, but instead turned to look down. Since the young master is so certain, there will definitely be other bidders. Before long, someone made a bid. The person who made the bid was none other than the joyful Buddha, who had brought home a treasure trove. 600 billion high-grade spirit stones. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Even the Buddhist monks who had remained calm were shocked and marveled at how wealthy the Buddha was. My fear of Buddha has grown even stronger. Outsiders might only be shocked by the price, but the Buddhist monks from the Western regions saw countless lives at stake. These 600 billion high-grade spirit stones were accumulated using countless heavenly soul liquids, human extreme pills, 7 emotions pills, and other specialties from the Western regions. Faced with the offer from the Buddha of joy, the Buddha of rebirth and the Buddha of heavenly Zen frowned slightly, their expressions becoming much more serious. They found that things seemed to be getting complicated. In particular, the compassionate smile on Tianquan Buddha's face had disappeared, replaced by an extremely ugly expression. This Buddha relic was something he considered his own possession. How could he allow others to take it away? However, the price of 600 billion was something he couldn't afford. He immediately asked, "I have items to exchange. Could you please assess the price?" Upon hearing the other person's voice, Zhou Yun smiled faintly. Everything was as he had anticipated. With a wave of his hand, a white jade wall appeared on the auction stage. Those cultivators who had Pengyun tokens were very familiar with this thing. Wasn't this what they used to exchange for Pengyun points? Zhou Yun briefly explained a few things to Yu Tong, and Yu Tong's eyes lit up. Smiling, she looked ahead and said, "Of course, but there are a few things to note that I'd like to explain to you first. First, this exchange of jade tablets is guaranteed to be fair and reasonable. If you feel the price is too low, you can cancel the exchange at any time. Secondly, the redeemed items cannot be redeemed, so you need to be careful when redeeming them. Third, the spirit stones exchanged will be returned in a unified manner after the auction ends. Now, cultivators who wish to exchange items, please proceed in an orderly fashion." Before long, 3 figures appeared above the auction platform and began exchanging items. Zhou Yun happily opened the back-end system. He hadn't expected these 3 Western region Buddhas to make such a request at the auction. However, it was still a pleasant surprise. Previously, he had pinned his hopes for breaking the deadlock on the Buddhist cultivators in the western regions who had obtained the Pengyun Token. But now that 3 Buddhas have appeared, a solution to the Buddha seed problem may be on the horizon. As the saying goes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. The 3 giant Buddhas from the western regions are undoubtedly the best targets. Moreover, it can provide Pengyun merchant ship with a wealth of goods, truly offering all the benefits. While waiting, the crowd began to discuss the matter. I wonder how much this 9th tier relic will ultimately fetch at auction. Don't even think about it, we're just a bunch of Foundation establishment ants. It's just a sigh, and besides, we now have the Pengyun Token, so we need to broaden our horizons. Someone nearby agreed. That's right. A while ago, I exchanged for a 1,000-year-old fire spirit mushroom in the exchange tower, and my spiritual root level was upgraded to the upper middle grade. With a broader perspective, we are no longer ordinary ants at the Foundation establishment stage. We are young dragons. Chapter 145 The Good Show at the Auction. After some time, the 3 Mahayana Buddhas finally finished the exchange. When Zhou Yun saw the message from the backstage, he couldn't help but sigh. These 3 are really rich. Fortunately, he didn't have to pay the spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to come up with hundreds of billions of high-grade spirit stones in a short time. However, once the auction ends, there will be enough spirit stones to pay them. No matter how you look at it, Zhou Yun felt that the auction of this 9th tier Buddha relic was extremely worthwhile. Not only did it fetch a price far exceeding its original value, but it also brought out all the treasures of these 3 Mahayana Buddhas. It was worth the time he spent selecting items for the auction beforehand. The meticulously prepared 9th tier relic did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, the auction continued below. 700 billion. The Buddha of Rebirth was the first to call out his price. At this moment, he looked solemn. He had only intended to watch a good show, but he had unknowingly joined the bidding. As expected, his price was instantly overshadowed. 800 billion. 900 billion. Well. Faced with such a high price, the Buddha of Rebirth sighed regretfully, ultimately deciding that he shouldn't have had any expectations. That way, at least I wouldn't feel as bad as I do now. However, he felt that the current price had reached its limit. Even he couldn't afford that many spirit stones, so how much better off could the other 2 be? It's just unknown whether the final 9-tiered Buddha relic was obtained by the Buddha of Joy or the Buddha of Heavenly Zen. But no matter who gets it, it's not good news for him. I really hope that the Buddha relic didn't appear at the Pengyun auction, because he, with his heavenly level cultivation technique, would be the only winner of this auction. Thinking of this, the Buddha of Rebirth's eyes flashed. Yes, at least I still have the Sutra of Myriad Phenomena, while those who did not obtain the Buddha's relics are the most unfortunate people. As this thought arose, the sense of loss in my heart gradually dissipated. But just when he thought everything should be settled, an unchanging, aged voice rang out. He shouted loudly, "I'll offer 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones." The Buddha of Rebirth recognized the voice. It was that old bastard Tianchan's voice. But can this old man really produce so many spirit stones? He's probably just shouting nonsense. Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by the owner of the Pengyun merchant ship? You're really daring. From the moment he entered the Pengyun merchant ship, the suppression that prevented him from using any Buddhist power filled him with fear. This Pengyun merchant ship is incredibly strange. It's clearly not something ordinary. As the Buddha was contemplating these things, voices of doubt indeed came from outside. The voice was soft yet high-pitched, teasingly saying, "Heavenly Zen Buddha, are you just making things up? Do you even have that many spirit stones?" Seeing what was happening below, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up. The show he had been waiting for was finally about to begin. When Uncle Zhou inquired before, he said that even if the Buddha of Joy moved his treasure trove, he might not be able to obtain this great Buddha relic. Because the other 2 will definitely join forces. How could the Buddha of Bliss possibly surpass the combined wealth of the 2 Mahayana Buddhas? Faced with the questioning of the Buddha of Joy, Tianchuan remained calm. Everything was within his expectations. The voice said calmly, "The Buddha of Rebirth has agreed to support my bid." Upon hearing the other party's words, the Buddha of Rebirth, who had been watching the show, showed a hint of surprise and blurted out, "I didn't. When did I agree to that?" "You can say yes now. Why should I agree to that? If you don't agree, the Buddha of Joy will obtain the Buddha's relics. Then I'll agree, and you'll get it, won't you?" Even the Buddha of Rebirth is confused by Tianchan's words. This person must be sick. You can fight it yourselves. Why drag me into it? No matter who among you obtains the Buddha's relics, it won't benefit me in any way. The onlookers below had no idea that the auction would turn into such a dramatic spectacle at the very end. Only the Buddha of Joy frowned. He had originally thought that moving the items from the treasure vault would make obtaining this great Buddha relic a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the key to the final outcome was this guy, the Buddha of Rebirth. Now it all depends on who can win the support of the Buddha of Rebirth, him or the old man Tianchan. Even if he were very confident, he wouldn't dare to compete with two equally powerful Buddhist practitioners in terms of wealth. Rebirth Buddha, you cannot support Tianchan. Why can't I support Tianchan Buddha? Wangxing Buddha had already given up and was now just casually answering the two people's questions, giving perfunctory answers. If you support Tianchan Buddha, he will obtain the Buddha's relics. If I don't support it, you'll get it, won't you? Hearing the above conversation, the onlookers also discovered the key point. The final destination of this great Buddha relic now depends on the attitude of the Buddha who has passed away. You support me. You shouldn't support him. Faced with the two people's endless repetition of words, the Buddha of Rebirth spoke helplessly. Hey, how about you two support me and let me auction off the Buddha relic? Impossible. Dream on. You really dare to dream. The two said in unison. It was just a casual joke, but I didn't expect the two of them to be so disrespectful to me. Are they begging me now? I'm the fattest one, and you guys are trying to compare face size with me. Then I don't care anymore, you can fight for it yourselves. The Buddha of Rebirth coldly uttered these words and fell silent. Upon hearing the words of the Buddha of Rebirth, a look of joy flashed across the face of the Buddha of Joy. He immediately spoke up. I suspect that Tianchan Buddha cannot produce 100 billion high-grade spirit stones and is deliberately disrupting the auction order. Faced with the questioning of the joyful Buddha, the heavenly Zen Buddha was furious but helpless, as he really couldn't produce that many spirit stones. A flicker of panic crossed the aged face. This Pengyun merchant ship was so strange. He wondered what kind of punishment would be inflicted for disrupting the auction. He hadn't thought much about it before, figuring it was just a matter of being kicked out, and that it would only be a loss of face. But now I feel inexplicably panicked. What to do? What to do? While Tianchan was thinking of a solution, Zhou Yun stretched and sat up straight. With a slight smile, he said softly, "Is it my turn to make a move?" This was the first time Pengyun merchant ship had encountered such a situation. Uncle Zhou looked at his young master with a puzzled expression, wanting to see how he would handle it. A voice resounded in the ears of everyone present. Bidding recklessly disrupts the order of the Pengyun auction and lowers one's level significantly. You now have a quarter of an hour to prove that you can produce 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, all the cultivators present were shocked. To knock them down a major realm is more painful than killing them. How easy is it for them to improve their strength even a little? It seems I'll have to strictly abide by Pengyun merchant ship's rules from now on. No way. Tianchan Buddha panicked completely, scratching his bald head with both hands. How could this happen? Shouldn't they have kicked me out of the auction? I cannot fall below my level. I am the Mahayana Buddha. 1 trillion, as long as there is 1 trillion, that's fine. I'm only short 50 billion now. Tianchan Buddha was completely terrified by Zhou Yun's punishment, and he was somewhat mentally unstable, starting to talk to himself. Even with his late-stage Mahayana strength, He dared not doubt that the Pengyun merchant ship could knock him down by a whole realm. Chapter 146 The Despair of the Heavenly Zen Buddha. By the way, all I need is for the Buddha of Rebirth to lend me 50 billion high-grade spirit stones. He immediately exclaimed, Buddha of Rebirth, lend me 50 billion high-grade spirit stones, and I will repay you tenfold afterwards. Brother, save me. Didn't you want to know the secret method for cultivating heavenly soul liquid? I can give it to you. No matter what promises Tianchuan made at that moment, the Buddha of Rebirth remained silent. These conditions naturally tempted the Buddha of Rebirth, and the cultivation method of the heavenly soul liquid was indeed something he wanted to obtain. He had wanted to study it before. He felt he could further optimize the method for cultivating the human extreme elixir. But at that moment, another thought crossed his mind, which was, perhaps letting Tianchuan Buddha's cultivation level drop to the integration stage is also a good option. As time passed, the atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly a sharp shout rang out. Buddha of Rebirth, do you think you'll be better off in the western regions without me? Can the Buddha of Joy, who received the Buddha's relics, really tolerate you? Don't be so naive. None of us will have a good ending. Your heavenly level cultivation technique will eventually be handed over to the joyful Buddha. Upon hearing this, the Buddha of Joy immediately spoke up to assure him, Buddha of Heavenly Zen, please do not sow discord. My relationship with the Buddha of Rebirth is extremely close. How could I possibly harm him? Buddha of Rebirth, do not listen to this madman's words. I can guarantee that such a thing will not happen again. The western regions will be ours. Even in the central region, there may still be a place for us. The words of Tianchuan Buddha naturally influenced Wangxing Buddha, and he suddenly felt that now might not be a bad opportunity. He hadn't realized before that he was now a key decision-maker regarding the ownership of the Buddha's relics, a crucial bargaining chip. Whoever can make a heavenly vow with the Buddha's heart, promising not to make things difficult for me after obtaining the Buddha's relic, I will help them. The expressions of all the cultivators present changed slightly. This sixth brother actually took the opportunity to make such an excessive request. Can the oath of heaven be made so casually? The first to speak was Tianchuan Buddha. He had no other choice. If he did not do as the other party said, he would be punished by Pengyun merchant ship. However, there was no reaction from the outside world after Tianchuan Buddha made his vow. The others were also puzzled. People of this level should receive a response from the heavenly Tao when they made vows to the heavenly Tao. How could there be no reaction at all? Some people seemed to understand something, and were also shocked by the power of the Pengyun merchant ship, whose interior space could even isolate the heavenly Tao. A lazy voice rang out. Oh, you want heaven to be your witness? Then wait a moment. After these words were spoken, everyone clearly felt that the sense of constraint imposed by the space on them had weakened. Although it didn't completely disappear, it was like a hole had been opened, allowing them to perceive the outside world. Say it again. Immediately, the Buddha Tianchuan made a vow to the heavens. Boom! A muffled rumble of thunder lingered in everyone's ears, and upon hearing it, everyone felt a sense of comfort. That's more like it. The oath to heaven that didn't even cause a ripple just now seemed too childish. After fulfilling his vow, Tianchuan's face was full of joy, and he exclaimed happily, now the Buddha of Rebirth can help me, right? I won't harm you, and we can even study the Dharma together. The Buddha of Joy was conflicted. He naturally did not want to make this oath of heaven. Its influence may seem small, but the damage it caused at crucial moments could be significant. Just as Tianchuan Buddha said before, with the Buddha's relic, the western regions should naturally be completely under our control. Sigh. The joyful Buddha sighed. He couldn't understand how a perfectly good auction had escalated to the point where he needed to swear an oath to heaven. However, he also knew that if he did not make a vow to heaven, the Buddha of Rebirth would certainly not allow him to obtain the Buddha's relics. Now that the Buddha's son has escaped control, he must strengthen his power as soon as possible so that he can have more power to protect himself in the future. Fortunately, compared to Tianchuan Buddha, He has one major advantage. He believes that the Buddha of rebirth will choose him. Left with no other choice, he was forced to make a vow to heaven, as this Buddha relic was far too important to him. Now that both sides have made vows to heaven, the onlookers are secretly wondering who the Buddha of rebirth will choose. Uncle Zhou asked with a hint of doubt, "Young master, who do you think will obtain the Buddha's relic?" Zhou Yun smiled and said softly, "Of course it's the joyful Buddha." He then explained in a detached tone, "Because Tianquan Buddha violated the order of my Pengyun auction, the western regions, which has 3 Mahayana Buddhas, is a bit crowded." Uncle Zhou nodded. Although the young master didn't say it explicitly, it was nothing more than a matter of interests. The fallen heavenly Zen Buddha is destined to become easy prey for the other two, allowing both sides to seize the opportunity to plunder a large amount of resources. During this period, no matter how much Tianquan Buddha pleaded, Wangxing Buddha never spoke again. Sometimes silence meant the other party's choice. Time passed quietly, and every moment Tian Chanfo was tormented, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. "I shouldn't have come to the Pengyun auction." At that moment, Tianquan Buddha regretted it. "I originally thought that with my Mahayana cultivation level, the Pengyun auction house would give me some face. But now, for the Buddha of rebirth, his heavenly vows were merely a means to coerce the Buddha of joy. Because he violated the rules of the Pengyun auction, he was destined to be demoted. For them, the greatest benefit is to be a unified self. They could freely obtain the spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and secret arts that he had previously promised." Tianquan Buddha collapsed to the ground in despair, utterly helpless against the mysterious Pengyun merchant ship. When the 15-minute mark was up, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Tianquan Buddha pleaded, his voice trembling slightly, "Could you give me a chance? I will definitely gather the spirit stones in a few days." Before he could finish speaking, the surrounding space pressed in on him, trapping him in place, unable to move. All they could do was stare wide-eyed and await the punishment that was about to befall them. The next second, a palm formed from spiritual energy suddenly pierced into his dantian, gently tracing through his body and bringing out a fist-sized ball of golden light. The excruciating pain in that instant made Tianquan Buddha feel as if his body was about to split apart. As the restraints on his body disappeared, Tianquan collapsed to the ground. He initially thought it was just a simple drop in cultivation level, but after checking his physical condition, Tianquan Buddha stared blankly at the sky. This weakening was comprehensive, affecting Buddhist power, vital essence, lifespan. They all fell to the late stage of the fusion realm. "No!" Puff! Tianquan Buddha roared to the sky, letting out a desperate cry, and collapsed in the room after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although the onlookers below did not see the process, they did see the golden ball of light fly out. In particular, the desperate and shrill screams of Tianquan Buddha sent chills down their spines. It seems the other party's fate won't be good. This incident also served as a warning to them. They must never provoke Pengyun merchant ship. Chapter 147: The Way to Make Money with the Pengyun Token. After everything was settled, the final auction item was finally confirmed to have its owner. With a bright smile on her face, Yutong announced loudly, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on successfully acquiring the 9th-grade low-rank Buddha relic for 900 billion high-grade spirit stones." Bang! This auction has officially ended. Everyone looked dazed. So much had happened at this auction. I actually witnessed a Mahayana Buddhist practitioner being easily knocked down by the Pengyun merchant ship, losing a major realm. That's the Mahayana realm. As if she had heard something, Yutong's pretty face changed. He picked up the auction gavel and struck it 3 times, drawing everyone's attention back to the auction. He announced in a loud voice, "I have some good news for everyone. The Pengyun auction will be held here again in a year. See you there." On the other side, Zhou Yun completed the transaction and took out some of the 900 billion high-grade spirit stones he had obtained, handing them over to the 3 Buddhas who had previously exchanged items. There should be 2 Buddhas now. His gaze swept over the 2 remaining Mahayana Buddhas, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand, driving everyone out of the auction hall. Of course, those with the Pengyun Token are an exception. They will remain where they are and leave on their own after the discussion ends. At this moment, someone spoke up. Did you guys see that golden ball of light just now? What was that? Everyone shook their heads. They were just a bunch of lowly Karami who only deserved to stand on the first floor. What kind of knowledge could they possibly have? However, there are still some big shots among them. Sure enough, Xian Hong walked over, joined the conversation, and began to explain. That must be the power of origin. The Buddhist cultivator's current situation is extremely dire. Upon hearing Xian Hong's words, everyone gathered around and began to ask him questions. After explaining to everyone what the power of origin is, Xian Hong also raised his own question. He went down to the ground and mingled with the crowd, naturally with his own purpose. Taking the opportunity, he asked, "You just said that you can make money through the Pengyun Token. How exactly does that work?" The question immediately piqued everyone's interest. Who wouldn't want to make more money? This was no longer a secret, and everyone started sharing their own methods. Of course, we'll take the goods from the Pengyun merchant ship and sell them to make a profit. We still need to choose carefully, as the items inside the Pengyun merchant ship are much more expensive than outside. Of course, we'll choose the rarest ones, like Foundation Establishment pills. The top-grade Foundation Establishment pills on the Pengyun merchant ship cost 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, and we can easily sell them for 25,000 low-grade spirit stones outside. Boss, you even dare to sell top-grade Foundation Establishment pills. I can only secretly sell some first-tier items normally. It seems that everyone here has sold items from Pengyun merchant ships and is quite experienced. They even share tips on how to avoid attracting attention. Xian Hong listened thoughtfully. As expected of the intelligent human race, he had never thought of such a simple way to make money before. Not far away, a look of sudden realization appeared on Zhuge Gong's face. With satisfied smiles on their faces, the two activated the Pengyun Token and left the Pengyun merchant ship. The method is simple, but the dangers involved are enormous. The experiences shared by others were clearly not suitable for them. They can't possibly sell low-level items, can they? That would be safe, but they wouldn't make a lot of money either. They need to plan and prepare carefully, at least to sell items of level 5 or higher. Outside, around the Pengyun merchant ship, some Buddhist monks were recalling the events that had just occurred with expressions of fear on their faces. The Buddha of heavenly Zen was taken away by the Buddha of rebirth and the Buddha of joy. I see. Tianshan Temple is probably doomed next. They've left. It's none of our business anymore. The crowd dispersed and left, but some Buddhist monks from Tianshan Temple were unsure where to go next. Deep within the secret chamber of the heavenly capital, the Buddha of joy and the Buddha of rebirth sat facing each other, glancing at the Buddha of heavenly Zen, who was still unconscious and had been thrown to the ground. No, the other party is no longer worthy of being called Buddha like them. Calling him Old Man Tianshan would be more appropriate. Wake him up. The joyful Buddha glanced disdainfully at Tianshan, who was lying unconscious on the ground like a dead pig, and said in an icy voice, "Okay." The Buddha of rebirth said gently with a faint smile on his plump face. A stream of spiritual energy entered Tianshan's body. Cough, cough. With a soft cough, Tianshan slowly opened his eyes. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he looked up at the two people sitting above him, looking down at him. A bitter smile appeared on Tianshan's face. He supported his body with his hands and lowered his head, his face pale. He resigned himself to his fate. The moment his cultivation was extracted, it was all destined. How could he possibly escape from this cannibalistic western region? Tianshan, if you hadn't come to the Pengyun auction, how could you have ended up in such a state? And do you know what happened to the place where the Buddha's son was because of your departure? Huanchi Buddha said in a cold tone. He now completely blames Tianshan for the Buddha's escape. Tianshan remained silent. Whatever happened was none of his concern. The Buddha of Rebirth beside him looked surprised and asked, "What happened?" The Buddha's child is of utmost importance. It is a secret weapon that the three of them spent 10,000 years creating. The Buddha of Joy did not explain, but said helplessly, "Can't you check the message in the communication jade talisman yourself? You should have received it too." Upon hearing the words of the Buddha of Joy, the Buddha of Rebirth immediately took out his communication jade talisman, and sure enough, there was a large amount of information. There were too many problems before, and after leaving the Pengyun merchant ship, the two of them brought Tianchan directly here without paying attention. After hearing the message inside the jade talisman, the smile on the face of the Buddha of Rebirth disappeared, and his expression became extremely solemn. They were well aware of the power of the Buddha's son. "What do we do now?" asked the Buddha of Rebirth in the Pure Land in a deep voice. The Buddha of Joy pondered for a moment and then shared his conjecture. Logically, it would take at least 100 years for a Buddha's child to be born. I think the Buddha's child has already developed consciousness without our knowledge, and the Pengyun merchant ship just happened to isolate us from our senses, which allowed it to seize this opportunity. The Buddha of Rebirth's eyes lit up, and he continued the Buddha of Joy's words, saying, "You mean it may have used some secret method to make itself born prematurely, resulting in some defects in its current state, making it imperfect?" The Buddha of Joy nodded. "Didn't a few people escape? We'll find out when we get back. If they were perfectly born Buddha's children, they wouldn't have survived. We can also confirm this by asking them if any unusual celestial phenomena or tribulation lightning occurred. Then we just need to capture it based on the mental imprint. Now we should enjoy the fruits of our victory." Their gazes fell simultaneously on Elder Tianchan. A strange laugh echoed through the secret room. He he he. Chapter 148: The Arrival of the Blood Lotus. The auction ended, and Zhou Yun returned to a leisurely lifestyle. A few days ago, he reinforced the teachings of the three Mahayana Buddhist schools and gained a lot from it. In total, we obtained 2 celestial grade items, 7 tier 9 items, and 12 tier 8 items. To his delight, however, he finally found a solution to the problem of the Buddhist seed in the western regions. Item: Breakthrough and Purifying Elixir. Type: Pill. Level: Tier 4. Effect: Can break mental imprints, clear the cultivator's mind, and dissolve the binding of the Buddha seed on consciousness. Zhou Yun sat on a recliner in the reception area, his mind filled with information about the breaking illusion and purifying spirit pill. However, Zhou Yun was still somewhat dissatisfied and said in a low voice, "It's a pity that it's only a 4th grade pill, which only works on Buddhist cultivators below the nascent soul stage." Moreover, he guessed that a nascent soul cultivator would need at least 2 Buddha seeds to completely remove them from their mind. However, Zhou Yun could understand. The nascent soul realm represents another transformation in a cultivator's life level. Not only does it greatly increase lifespan, but it also marks the beginning of initial contact with the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and the birth of a divine soul within the spiritual sea. For nascent soul cultivators, the Buddha seed is even more seamlessly integrated with their souls. This is no longer something that can be solved by mass-produced pills like the breaking illusion and purifying spirit pill. Fortunately, this time we also obtained quite a few high-level items that can solve the Buddha seed problem. But they can't be obtained in bulk like the breaking illusion and purifying spirit pill. Suddenly, Zhou Yun looked up at the teleportation point, a look of confusion flashing across his face. How strange. Then a handsome monk dressed in a black robe, with blood-red markings on his cheeks and head, came into view. Upon seeing the newcomer, a strange light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. This Buddhist practice gave him a strange feeling, like a combination of flesh and plants, neither human nor non-human. He was naturally unaware that the person before him was merely a body cultivated by 3 Mahayana Buddhist practitioners using a forbidden and evil method recorded in ancient scriptures, the reverse lotus devouring Buddha body. Blood Lotus appeared at the reception point, her eyes curiously looking around, and she saw Zhou Yun sitting not far away. Feeling Zhou Yun's kind gaze, he nodded in response. He's not some stupid person who only knows how to kill. This space was incredibly strange, rendering him unable to use any of his powers, so he naturally had to be polite to the people inside. Blood Lotus was somewhat surprised that the seemingly ordinary token had teleported him to such a magical place. It seems that unlucky guy didn't lie to me before he died, Blood Lotus thought to herself. During his escape, he wanted to replenish his strength, and happened to encounter a Buddhist practitioner who had achieved enlightenment. Before dying, the Buddhist monk, in an attempt to save his life, produced an ordinary token and begged for mercy, claiming it was a treasure he had found in the southern region. At that moment, Xiuxian laughed in anger. If he really produced a heaven-defying treasure, he might be in a good mood and spare his life. However, the other party was so ungrateful that they offered him a broken token to get rid of him, which angered Blood Lotus so much that it devoured him directly. Then he slammed his palm into the broken token. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary token remained completely undamaged despite its own bombardment. He then realized that he might have really misunderstood the other person. Blood Lotus could only complain that the other party hadn't explained things clearly. At this moment, a voice rang out, pulling Blood Lotus back to reality. "Master, is there anything you don't understand?" Zhou Yun asked, noticing the man standing there lost in thought. In his spare time, he was still happy to chat with these monks. "I always hear all sorts of interesting stories." Moreover, his intuition told him that this friend was no ordinary person. "No need to call me master, just call me Blood Lotus. My name is Zhou Yun, and I am the owner of this place. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions," Zhou Yun said in a friendly tone. "Then what is this place for?" Blood Lotus asked directly. Zhou Yun pointed to the side. Xiuxian followed the information and finally understood. This is a place to exchange items. He looked somewhat disappointed. He had originally thought it was some kind of secret realm. However, since he was already there, he decided to go to the exchange tower outside first to see what treasures were worth exchanging for. This space is so peculiar. It must have something special about it. "May I go and look around first?" "Whatever," Zhou Yun said with a smile. Watching the other person's departing figure, Zhou Yun felt increasingly uneasy and couldn't help but investigate further. The opponent's Buddhist power was mixed and chaotic, and he had the cultivation level of the mid-stage of void refinement. His internal structure was also different from that of ordinary people. When Zhou Yun saw the 3 Buddha seeds in the other person's mind, he was extremely surprised. What the hell is this thing? He could sense the aura emanating from these 3 Buddha seeds, which came from 3 Mahayana Buddhist cultivators in the western regions. What could possibly be worth the combined control of 3 Mahayana Buddhist cultivators? He was incredibly curious at that moment. They directly used their own permissions to view the other party's information. Character: Blood Lotus. Level: Mid-stage refinement. Physical constitution: Reverse Lotus devouring Buddha body, incomplete. Details: a special life form cultivated using the flesh and blood of Buddhist cultivators as soil and a soul-devouring array of vengeful spirits as a catalyst. After reading the introduction, Zhou Yun was dumbfounded. "I originally thought that the human extreme pill and heavenly soul liquid were the limits of Buddhist cultivators in the western regions, but I didn't expect that they would dare to make anything. And the key is that they actually made it. It's a pity it's not fully mature yet, otherwise it would truly be a terrifying weapon." Zhou Yun shook his head. But on second thought, this is actually a good thing for Blood Lotus. Since the reverse lotus devouring Buddha body was cultivated by humans, naturally people want to control it and make it obey their commands. The crucial moment is the perfect birth. When the reverse lotus devouring Buddha body truly matures, the 3 Buddha seeds will be completely integrated into the body, making the born life completely obedient to the cultivator's commands and become a tool for killing. How did the blood lotus emerge? Did it develop consciousness prematurely, or was the cultivation method obtained by the 3 Mahayana cultivators incomplete? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Yun stopped thinking about it. On the other side, Blood Lotus was completely stunned by the items inside the exchange tower. Perhaps we can find a solution to the Buddha seal here. Blood Lotus's eyes gleamed. During this time, he had been being hunted down by the Buddha of Joy and the Buddha of Rebirth. But for some unknown reason, the 3 Buddha seals that were supposed to be fused into one were dimmed. This prevented them from clearly identifying their own position, which gave him time to maneuver around them. However, he also knew that this couldn't go on forever. It would be best to find a solution. And now he sees hope. I can only go up to the 6th floor? It seems my cultivation level is still too low. We should devour more Buddhist cultivators. Blood Lotus returned to the 6th level of space and looked at the many floating cyan light clusters, among which there must be the items he needed. He turned and walked outside. He wanted to exchange all his belongings for Pengyun points. Chapter 149 The Role of the Pengyun Token. The Blood Lotus is now very wealthy. Although it has only just been born, it has already devoured 2 nascent soul Buddhist cultivators and obtained all of their wealth. Seeing Blood Lotus walk into the exchange jade, Zhou Yun showed an expression of expectation. But when he opened the back-end records, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on lately? Why does it seem like the exchange rate for items in the exchange tower has increased so much? In particular, a large quantity of pills and elixirs that can help cultivators break through bottlenecks, such as foundation establishment pills and barrier breakthrough pills, were exchanged for. This unusual scene puzzled Zhou Yun. However, he then thought that whatever the cultivators exchanged was none of his business. I shifted to a more comfortable position and lay back down. The Pengyun merchant ship is currently developing steadily, and most of the cultivators with Pengyun tokens are used to using the Pengyun space as a gathering place. They often gather in 2s and 3s in the open space outside, drinking tea, exchanging cultivation experiences, and sharing interesting stories about the cultivation world. The atmosphere is filled with laughter, making the Pengyun space like a paradise. Just as Zhou Yun was immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Young Master Zhou, is anyone inside? The newcomer was none other than Xian Hong, the patriarch of the Xianming Illusion Whale clan. Zhou Yun slightly opened her eyes and glanced at him. He said in a flat tone, "Okay, wait a moment." Xian Hong sat down opposite Zhou Yun. He knew there were people inside, but he just wanted an excuse to start a conversation. Young Master Zhou, I've brought some of the clan's most treasured wines this time. You must do me the honor of tasting them, Xian Hong said with a smile, taking out a red crystal pot. Upon hearing about the fine wine, Zhou Yun became somewhat interested and slowly sat up. He just felt that the Xianming Illusion Whale clan probably couldn't produce any rare and fine wines these days. He had almost emptied his savings to exchange for that semi-immortal level, purifying heavenly lotus, which included some top-grade spirit wines, thus replenishing his inventory considerably. However, with the mindset of might as well drink it if it's free, she still smiled and accepted the wineglass handed to her by Xian Hong. Okay, then I'll savor it properly. I took a small bite, and it was indeed a rare delicacy. Its sweet and refreshing taste had a unique flavor that belonged to the Xianming Illusion Whale, which was that it contained a large amount of hallucinogenic effects. It makes you feel like you're floating on air, forgetting all your troubles, and also gives you a beautiful dream. After waking up, the cultivator's spiritual power will be enhanced to a certain extent. Seeing the relaxed expression on Zhou Yun's face, Xian Hong poured wine and asked, Young Master Zhou, do you know that many cultivators in the southern region are now earning a lot of cultivation resources through the Pengyun Token? Zhou Yun paused in her act of holding the wine glass, a look of realization crossing her face. He thought to himself, so that's why I felt the trading volume of items in the exchange tower had increased before. Seeing that Zhou Yun did not show any unusual emotions, Xian Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't asking without a purpose. He also wanted to know Zhou Yun's attitude towards the matter, in case taking Pengyun merchant ship goods to the outside world was not allowed. After that, some of his plans could no longer be carried out. He wouldn't risk offending the Pengyun merchant ship just to earn some cultivation resources. At this moment, Zhou Yun asked in confusion, I remember that everyone used to be very careful when using the Pengyun Token, for fear of attracting attention. Why are you so bold now? The bold get rich while the timid starve. Xian Hong said half-jokingly, seeing the obvious disbelief in Zhou Yun's eyes. Xian Hong explained, it's still because of the collapse of the three great dynasties. In the midst of the chaos, it's not as eye-catching as before. Everyone wants to seize that sliver of opportunity in this mess. After hearing Xian Hong's explanation, Zhou Yun looked at him with a half-smile. A playful smile played on his lips. So you also want to earn some resources? Xian Hong felt that Zhou Yun had seen right through him, so he stopped hiding his thoughts. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, that's true. The clan is currently short of resources, and we can't even provide enough cultivation materials for Little Illusion Whale. We have to find ways to earn resources. Since that's the case, then go ahead and do it. I hope you'll have a good outcome, Zhou Yun said calmly, raising his wine glass. At this moment, after exchanging for Pengyun's token, Xuelian respectfully nodded to Zhou Yun and turned to leave. He never glanced at Xian Hong once. Xian Hong didn't mind. They were all strangers, and they couldn't even see each other's appearances. Raising his wine cup, he said to Zhou Yun, then I'll take advantage of young Master Zhou's auspicious words. In fact, everyone knows that reselling goods from Pengyun merchant ships is extremely dangerous, but they have to admit that the profits are also very substantial. Seeing Xian Hong enter the jade exchange area, Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head. He didn't mind this kind of thing. In fact, he was very supportive. No matter how much material they acquire, it will eventually flow into Pengyun merchant ship. In a sense, these are all people working for Pengyun merchant ship. With the hard work of these cultivators, Pengyun merchant ship will likely develop faster and become more prosperous. After downing the wine in his glass in one gulp, Zhou Yun disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Blood Lotus, who had arrived at the 6th floor, weaved through a large number of cyan light clusters. He was primarily looking for treasures that could shield him from perception or conceal his detection. He was also well aware that it was impossible to find a way to completely resolve the Buddha seal among 6th-tier items. The spiritual imprint left by Mahayana Buddhist practice cannot be easily erased. It would require at least 8th grade or higher rare and precious materials to accomplish this. Seeing Xuelian's figure constantly searching, someone nearby looked on with surprise. He shook his head and said, looks like another newcomer. How long are you going to search for him like this? Kindly, I stepped forward and explained to Blood Lotus the correct way to use the exchange space. Such things are not uncommon in the Pengyun space. Perhaps the Pengyun merchant ships provide a sense of security for everyone, so most cultivators are quite relaxed in the Pengyun space and do not mind expressing their goodwill. But this is only within the Pengyun space. Once outside, one can kill and plunder as one pleases, betray one's master as one pleases, and even mess with one's junior sister as one pleases. Thanks. Blood Lotus thanked her somewhat stiffly. He was a life form born from flesh and blood, and all he witnessed was evil. This tiny bit of kindness suddenly entered his heart. Like a spark falling into water, it wouldn't have any effect, but it still made him feel uncomfortable all over. Following the instructions, I entered the item I was looking for. A hint of surprise flashed in Xuelian's eyes, and more than 10 cyan light orbs slowly floated towards him, surrounding him. He reached out and touched the nearest one. 6 Harmonies Concealed Banner. Chapter 150 Zhou Yun's Leisurely Life. Item: 6 Harmonies Concealment Banner. Type: Support Magic Item. Rank: Mid-grade 6th tier acquired magic weapon. Effect: It can unfold an invisible curtain 10 zhong in size, blending the space with the environment, and can shield the soul probes of cultivators at or below the void refinement stage. After reading the introduction, Blood Eyes frowned slightly. This stuff has absolutely no effect on him. He didn't expect a 6th tier item to completely block a Mahayana cultivator's perception. That would be a pipe dream. He was looking for an item that could interfere with or weaken mental perception. This makes the Mahayana Buddhist cultivators who are pursuing him through the Buddha seal more confused about their own position, thus buying him time to grow. Given some time, Blood Lotus believed she would no longer have to hide. After looking at all the items, a hint of joy flashed across Zhou Yun's face. He reached out and picked up a few items in front of him, and sure enough, his judgment was correct. Item: Bewitching Candle. Type: Consumable Support Magic Item. Rank: Rank 6. High-grade acquired magic treasure. Effects: When lit, it releases a layer of mental ripples that envelop itself, making tracking marks, detection marks, divination, etc., blurry and difficult to determine the user's location. Details: Primarily made from nightmare sebum, combined with bewitching flowers. Consumed too quickly. The stronger the mental probing or divination attacks, the faster it is consumed. Item: Immaculate Soul Shell. Type: Soul-supporting magic item. Rank: Tier 6 top-grade acquired magic treasure. Effects: It can be integrated into the soul, enveloping the spiritual imprint, and can weaken spiritual perception to a certain extent. Details: This treasure is consumable. It is a drop of 10,000-year-old soul liquid crystal. The stronger the enemy's spiritual imprint, the faster it is consumed. Tracing the light and concealing shadows. Type: Talisman. Rank: Tier 6 Supreme. Effects: It can blur the traces and causal lines left by the user over a period of time, and cause the tracker to have a wrong perception and be disturbed. Details: This is a one-time use item. The stronger the enemy, the shorter its duration. Blood Lotus immediately exchanged all 3 items. Although these 6th-tier items could not completely evade pursuit or help him contend with Mahayana Buddhist cultivators, they could, to some extent, obscure his location. Then let our game continue. A cruel smile flashed across Blood Lotus's face. During this period, he needed to grow rapidly, and he firmly believed that he would be the ultimate victor. He activated the Pengyun Token in his hand and left the Pengyun merchant ship. At this moment, Zhou Yun is strolling around in the Pengyun space. During this period, he has accumulated a lot of spiritual plants that need to be strengthened. The innate abilities of the life-weaving and other plants are too powerful, especially for plants below the 3rd rank. They can quickly raise their level to the limit. Arriving at the lakeside, Zhou Yun looked up at the banyan tree that was more than 10 meters tall in front of him. He remembered that when this banyan tree was strengthened not long ago, it was just an ordinary first-tier banyan tree that had just begun to develop a trace of spiritual energy. He didn't expect it to be able to undergo 2nd-tier strengthening so quickly. Zhou Yun still has a lot of affection for this tree, since he always sits on it whenever he comes to the lake to enjoy the scenery. Reach out and touch its straight trunk. Strengthen. Golden rays of light emanated from the void, rapidly circling the phoenix tree and enveloping it in a giant golden cocoon. Looking at the enhanced golden light that hadn't dissipated for a long time, Zhou Yun smiled. This ordinary sycamore tree was finally about to usher in its own opportunity. Slap. Slap. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water nearby caught Zhou Yun's attention. He saw hundreds of colorful koi swimming by the lake, constantly blinking their cute fish eyes at him or performing various difficult maneuvers. Zhou Yun found them quite interesting and reached out to lift up a 3-meter-long koi. The little koi wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it affectionately rubbed its big head against his palm, its red, white, and black scales shimmering faintly. Seeing the little koi's actions, the koi below got angry and splashed water bigger and bigger. It kept blowing bubbles from its mouth, issuing a silent protest. If they could talk, they'd probably use pretty foul language. Zhou Yun reached out and touched the koi's head before putting it back. Go ahead, I'll help you strengthen them later. Instantly, the koi in the lake scrambled together and swam away into the distance. Zhou Yun was simply curious because the 3-colored koi was too big. Meanwhile, the sycamore tree next to it had finally completed its enhancement, and Xiaobai's voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, Master, on completing the 9-fold enhancement and obtaining the 6th-tier mid-grade spiritual plant, Starry Sky Jade Sound Wutong. After the golden light dissipated, a brand new appearance was revealed. So beautiful. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes. At this moment, the sycamore tree is a deep blue color, with a smooth mirror-like surface, but silvery light flashes across it from time to time. The leaves are silvery white, and they make a crisp melodious sound when they collide, which is refreshing and pleasant. Zhou Yun clicked on his information to view it. Item: Starry Sky Jade Sound Wutong. Type: Spirit Wood. Effects: the sound of nature, the rustling of leaves, can calm the mind and help cultivators comprehend the Tao. It is especially effective for cultivators who practice music. Star Resonance. Wood can absorb the power of stars, making it a rare star-related material. In particular, the most precious phoenix heart is a top-grade material for refining weapons. It has effects such as crafting talismans and building materials. Good, grow up well. Zhou Yun patted its body. This is still a baby tree. According to the information, a mature Starry Sky Jade Sound Wutong tree can grow to about 100 feet tall. Then they arrived at the lakeside. Zhou Yun looked at the azure lake surface and clapped his hands a few times. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water ahead, and a group of small fish rushed towards them. Looking at the school of fish surrounding him, Zhou Yun's eyes revealed a hint of joy. More than 10 of the second and third tier fish that could be strengthened were selected, and the other fish were allowed to leave first. They naturally obeyed Zhou Yun's words, but the dozen or so koi that had been chosen nearby became mischievous, looking at their brothers and sisters with smug eyes and wagging their little tails to shoo them away. Instantly, the once orderly line turned into a chaotic mess, with water splashing everywhere. Fortunately, they all took Zhou Yun's presence into account and restrained their force considerably. Zhou Yun didn't stop them. Watching them laugh and play was a good way to pass the time. He simply retreated to the side of the sycamore tree, jumped up, and sat on a branch. Sensing Zhou Yun's approach, the paulownia tree did its best to play beautiful music, creating the most comfortable conditions for Zhou Yun. The space was vibrant with life, a peaceful and beautiful scene. This kind of life is really great, Zhou Yun exclaimed.